All right. Here we go. Here we go. This music they have in the background here is so smooth. I freaking love it. So today we're going to be in Roblox scripting school, learning how to do Lua. I just did 2 at the end of the last stream. The first 2 here, but we're going to start over from printing hello world once again. And I'm going to read every single word as best I can. And we're going to just work through these one by one. The stream doesn't end until I do every single one of these 86 things. All right? So let's do it. So, the first thing in scripting school will teach you is printing. Printing is used to put text in the console. One way you could do this is like so. Print text shown inside the console. Text shown on the console. I always put in extra words. What's that meme kid? Gotta go to bed? Dude, no worries. You're not missing much. I'm just doing some scripting school here. What's up, Solomon? Yeah, I'll definitely see you tomorrow, meme kid. Thanks for stopping by, bro. All right. So, we're going to go ahead and print hello world. So, we're going to print parentheses quote hello world. Oops. All right, perfect. Now we're going to run that. And we successfully did it. Woo woo. I know these if you need help. I know basic stuff. Awesome, Solomon. Sweet. I love that, bro. All right, we already did this one as well, but let's read it again. We will teach variables, so we can create a variable. So local my variable equals this is a string variable. Then we can print my variable, which equals that. So we're going to go ahead and have local word equal my word, and then we're gonna print the word, which equals my word. Let's run it. Oh crap, we have to not put a space in between print and word. Boom, baby. All right, if statements, the underlying backbone of everything. Fun fact, the chat on your stream uses print. Wow, that's awesome. I didn't even think about that, Solomon. I did not even think about that. How cool is that? Hell yeah. All right, what do you guys think? Should I maybe like squeeze this in here so that you can see everything better? Let me know how you feel about it. All right, we will now learn if statements. If statements are incredibly useful and used to test a condition. One example of an if statement could be if game.players find first child Roblox, then print Roblox is on the server. End. The above if statement will check if the Roblox account is in the server, and if they are, print something to the output. I want you to make this if statement that just runs no matter what. Copy the following. If true, then enter tab print parentheses value was true. End. Okay. If X is bigger than 7, unlock the door is an example. Okay, nice. Super Squibby's now eating a sandwich. Oh, hell yeah. Sandwich. I love it. All right. Functions are very useful in Lua. Functions are used to execute tasks. Functions can be called from any part of the script and sometimes return values. For example, function hello function, print hello, end hello function. So the hello function will print hello. All right, write the example yourself to pass the lesson. Okay. Function hello function, and then parentheses, and then print hello. So then we've just written it. As soon as we write end, we've written that function, and now we can call the hello function. Okay. Oh no, something went wrong. Oh, I didn't put a parentheses there. Or, yeah. Quotation marks. Okay, got it. Sweet! Congratulations, it's 0, 0, 0. So you're exactly 10 hours ahead of me. Wow, Solomon. Wow, you're just watching Jujutsu Kaisen? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen, bro. Alright, now we're going to wait the wait. We're going to learn the wait. So, wait is very useful in having intervals between parts of your scripts. For example, task.wait1, print hello. So after 1 second, we're going to print hello. So the above example will print hello to the output after 1 second. There is a wait function. However, in the modern Roblox environment, task.wait is better. So we will be using that. For the lesson, copy the above example, but only wait 0.1 seconds instead of 1. Okay. So we're going to do task.wait, parentheses, 0.1, in parentheses, and then we're going to print hello. Okay, run. Oh no. Do I have to put 0.1? Wait, did I? No way I typed Tenoshi. Ain't no way I typed Tenoshi. Did I actually type Tenoshi? That's crazy. Wait, something's still wrong? Task.wait. So do I have to write 0.1? Okay. Wow. That was weird. Yeah, if the door is open, wait 5 seconds and close for an example. Nice, Solomon. Beautiful. Beautiful example. All right, let's do an else. Give me an example of an else, Solomon. What's an else? All right, next we will learn else statements. They are used with if statements. Just run if the statement is not met. So you can have logic for both if the statement is met or false. So else, if else. An example of using else could be if game storage, server storage name is hello, is equal to hello, then print the server storage has a weird name. Else, print the storage server has a normal name. End. Here we are checking the name of the server storage and print something based on if our check is true or false. Write the following. If false, then print value is true. Else, print value. Oops, is it working? Otherwise, print value was false. End. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Let's go ahead and go on to white loops, boys. So, while loops can be very useful in making games, and will be the first loop type we will learn, while loops repeat while a certain condition is met, think of them like an if statement that just keeps running while the condition is true. An example of a while loop could be, while true, do print this is my loop. Wait, end. The above example will print this is my loop an infinite amount of times because true is always going to be true. So that loop will keep running. It is important to note that while using loops in actual games, you must add a wait within the loop. Otherwise, the game will crash because it will run too fast. For the lesson, write out the example yourself. Damn, so you can actually crash the game if you have like a loop that just keeps printing. Okay, this is my loop. And then we're gonna wait. And then we're gonna end. Perfect. Sweet. This is my loop times 1,000. Let's go. If x is not equal to 5, then loop to start until x equals 5. Wow. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's not bad, Solomon. Sole boy. All right. Parameters. Parameters can have many, many use cases, but we are going to be using them in basic functions for this lesson. Parameters are data passed through functions. For example, if you wrote a function like the one used in an earlier lesson, but put a parameter, you could tell the function what you want it to print. Function, hello function message, print message, end, hello function, hello. So we're combining functions and with parameters, basically. As you can see, we passed a string value to the function through parameters, and now the function will print that string within the function. We are printing our parameter variable, so we do not need to put the quotations that mark it as a string. Write out the example for yourself to complete the lesson. Okay, I honestly don't understand what I just said, to be completely honest, but I'm sure we'll kind of figure it out here. So message, okay, we're gonna print the message, okay. Oh, we're not even gonna put the quotation marks though. We're just gonna say print message, okay, and then we're gonna end it, and then we're gonna call the function. So what's the parameter though? The parameter is that it is a message. I think that's what it is, right? Okay. Within the function we are passing. Okay. We're passing parameters. Okay, next we will learn about returning. Returning can be used to send values back from a function. For example, function get message, return hello, end. So print get message, and then parentheses. The above example will print the function, which might seem odd, but that function will return a value, meaning that the function can be used as a variable of sorts. Try out the example for yourself. Okay, function get message, parentheses, return hello. Okay, so once it gets a message, it's going to return hello, right? So we're going to go ahead and print get message. And what are we going to see? Just hello. Because it got a message, right? That's why? Huh. Yeah, you don't know functions because you because I learned this faux. You learned this faux, Soli? What do you mean you learned this faux? Alright, brick color. Okay. Another simple thing we can learn about is brick color. Brick color is a property within Roblox used to color parts. In this scenario, we are going to have a workspace with a part named myPart within it. We are going to refer to the part and set its brick color to black. Game.workspace.myPart.brickColor equals brickcolor.new black. Okay, we will not get anything in the output for this, but it will color our example part. Try typing out the example for yourself. Okay, so we're writing basically the location of this part, and then we're editing the brick color by making it into equal to the new brick color, which is black. Okay, let's run it. Boom. Oh, you learned this from a game that is not about coding. Oh, wow. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna move on to local basics here. Okay, we will now learn local script basics. Local scripts are used to run code on the client side. Local scripts get access to local player, which can be used to refer to the player who owns the local script. For example, print parentheses game.players.localplayer.name. So these are local scripts that use to run code on the client side. Okay, so local player means the player at the computer. Okay, whoever owns the local script. Got it. Okay, so the above example gets the local player from the player service and prints their name. Keep in mind that because local scripts run on the client side, they only affect the player they belong to. For example, if a local script created a new part, only the owner of the local script would see the part. Nobody else can. Try out an example for yourself. All right. Print parentheses game.players.localplayer.name. In parentheses, run that beach. Okay, perfect. All right, we're doing stuff. All right, properties. Next, we will change the transparency property on a part, just like the brick color lesson. We will have an example part in the workspace named myPart. We are going to set the part's transparency to 1, which will make it invisible. Just like the brick color lesson. There will be no output, but our part will be changed. Try the following. Okay, so properties. So we're going to do game.workspace. So once again, we're locating a specific object, which is my part. And then we're going into my part. And we're editing the transparency to equal 1. Did I spell transparency correct? Transparency. Okay. Awesome. We did it. Okay. So more if. So now we have got some more if statements and how we can use them to check properties. In this situation, you have called a part called myPart. In the workspace in an earlier lesson, we learned how to toggle if a part can collide or not. Wait, what? Did we learn that? Now let's make an if statement checking if our part can collide or not. Bro, I don't remember doing this. Excuse me? Okay. If game.workspace.myPart.can collide is equal to true, then print part can collide. Okay. Else print part cannot collide. Part cannot collide. End. Okay, Floor, what's up, Floor? How you doing? Wait, run. Wait, something's wrong in the code? What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh my gosh, I don't see what's wrong. Do you guys see what's wrong? If game.workspace.myPart.can collide is equal to true, that you're going to bed? See you later, Floor. Thanks for stopping by, bro. All right. If X collision is true, if X and Y can collide, but I don't see what's wrong right here. I don't see what's wrong right here. Print part can collide, else. Now let's make an if statement checking if our parts can collide. Wait, am I supposed to copy this or not? I don't think I'm supposed to copy it. So Now we have got some more if statements and how we can use them to check properties. In this situation, you have called up my part in the workspace in an earlier lesson. We learned how to toggle if a part can collide or not. Now let's make an if statement checking if our parts can collide or not. If game.workspace.myPart.can collide. Bro, I feel like I have this. Brelos drawn. What's up, Brelos? Bro, that's... Wait. I don't see what I have wrong. Cannot collide. And... We got the else. Bro. Is equal true. Then... else. Print. Bro. What's the answer? Wait, did I just have something spelled wrong there? Is that what happened? That's so weird. I think I had something in workspace spelled wrong. Oh, Steven says, okay, Steven found it. Yeah. What did I have it spelled as? That was weird as heck. All right, let's go ahead and move on to find first child. Okay, this is your lesson for find first child. This is helpful because it lets you detect if something is in place or not. You can use it in an if statement to figure out if a part is in the workspace. Find first child returns either the child it found, an object, or nil if the part is not there. This is an example where we made a variable using it. Part equals game dot workspace colon find first child my part. With that variable, so that's a variable, just making it equal to. Okay, so it will be equal to true if the part is in the workspace and false if it is not. Now, this is an example I want you to code. If game.workspace find first child my part, then print part found. End. Huh. Yeah, you're going to bed, Solomon? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Have a great night. Okay, so I want to understand what I'm coding. So if, and then we're typing a location in the world, in the Explorer. So find first child, my part, then print. What is find first child though? I don't even know what. There's so many different things you have to learn. Part found, end. Huh. So find first child. Okay. Wait for child. So this is about like the hierarchy, I think. The object hierarchy. This is the lesson where you will learn about wait for child. This is helpful for scripts that run right away. As when you first join a game, if the script runs before the part loads in, it will error. Dude, I was running into this issue inside of my command point, capture point game. Using wait for child is a good habit for making sure things are loaded in for the client before accessing them. In this lesson, I want you to code it so the part in the workspace called my part will have its can collide changed. You will use wait for child to make sure the part loaded in before changing the property. This is the correct code. Game.workspace colon wait for child my part can collide is true. Game.workspace wait for child my part. So we're the exact child we're waiting for is my part, right? And then wait for it to be able to collide. Is that what we're waiting? Make sure it's... Okay, yeah. So you will use the wait for child to make sure the part is loaded in before changing the property. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm grasping what we're actually doing here. Workspace. Wait for child. My part. Okay. Dot can collide is true. Okay. Awesome. So then instancing. In this lesson, we will learn about instancing. This is used to create new objects. In this example, we will create a new part. This is how it is used. Instance.new. Inside those brackets, you enter the string of the type of thing you want to create. After that, still in the brackets, put a comma, and there you put the parent of the part like this. Instance.new part game.workspace. So we're creating something, a part, and then we're placing it somewhere in the Explorer, which is game.workspace. Okay. So the type of thing you want to create. Okay, I want you to copy above what I did, make a part and parent it to the workspace. It is worth noting that using the second parameter can be slower at times, but for the sake of learning more about it, we are going to use it. Okay. So make a part and parent it. So does that just mean instance.new part, and we're putting that in game.workspace. All right, it's as simple as that. Okay. All right, ISA. Now you will learn about ISA. This is used for making if statements about objects and what their class is. Let's say you have a part called my part in the workspace. You will run this line of code to see if it is a part or not. If game.workspace.myPart:ISA part, then print my part is a part, end. The ISA function will check if the object being referred to is the specified class, which would be part. Okay, because the part we are putting into the function is, well, a part. The if statement will run, however, if the object we pass into the function is not a part, it will return false, and therefore the statement would not run. Try the above example yourself. All right, if game.workspace.myPart: is a, if it is a part, then it's really important to be able to like read it out loud, I feel like, in your head. Then print my part is a part, end. So that's an is a statement. Is a. All right, perfect. We did it, boys. Well, we're about to learn about destroying and cloning. Bro, we're about to go through the freaking Star Wars prequels trilogy right here. Oops. Okay. How do I go back? Destroying. Okay. Now we will learn about destroying. This is used to delete objects through scripts. In this scenario, we have called the part my part in the workspace. If we wanted to destroy it, we will use this code. Game.workspace.myPart:destroy. We will not have any output in this lesson. Okay. What did I get wrong here? Oh, I did just story. Destroy. Okay. Dude, it's crazy how, like, one little typo and it all falls apart. Like, For someone like me who relies way too much on autocorrect, I gotta be able to type stuff exactly the way it should be typed. All right, after learning about destroying, we can learn about cloning. Cloning is somewhat self-explanatory. It is used to clone objects. When you clone an object, it will not have a parent at first, so you need to give it one. You can set a variable of the cloned object like so. Dylan Mole, what's up, bro? No cap, bro. No cap. Part is game.workspace.myPart :clone. So now we have our cloned part, and we need to give it a parent. So now with this variable, we can write this: part.parent is game.workspace. Now we have cloned a part and put it in the workspace. I want to do it now. I want you to do it now. Part is game.workspace.myPart :clone. Part.parent equals game.workspace. Wait, this is weird, bro. Yeah. Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy, Dylan. I have no idea what's going on. After learning about destroying, we learn about cloning. So we're gonna have a part is here. Clone. Now we have a clone part. Now we've cloned a part and put it in the workspace. I want you to do it now. This is confusing. Part is here. So we're giving a location at my part. Okay. And then it's equal to clone? What does that mean, bro? Oops. What does that mean? And then part.parent is equal, oops, to game.workspace. Okay. Part.parent. I don't understand what. Wait. I've read this multiple times now. So now we have cloned our object and we need to give it to a parent. So now with this variable, we can write this: parent.parent, part.parent is game.workspace. Now we have cloned a part and put it into the workspace. Wow. What's up, bro? Sarah Wild, how you doing? How you guys doing? I'm just trying to figure out how this actually works here. Okay, so cloning is a little confusing to me, but let's go ahead and learn matching. So now we can learn about matching. This is used to detect if a string contains something. It looks like this: string.match. Inside the brackets, you put two strings separated by a comma that you want to search. It does not matter which order, but I think you should put your string as the first one, then what you are searching for as the second. I want you to search a variable for a letter like this. Okay, so my string is hello. That's my string. If string.match my string H, then print hello has H in it. I don't understand why we're doing this. So matching. So if string match my string H, if string matches my string, which is H, then the console will print hello H in it. Hello has an H in it. But I don't understand why. I don't understand why, though. All right, so classes. Now we can learn about classes. In this case, we are going to use the property called class name. A part would have the class name of part. A script would have the class name of script. Let's print a part class name. Print game.workspace.myPart.className. Okay. Print game.workspace.myPart.className. So why did it print just that? That's odd. Sarah Wild says, match is a little confusing. It should be contains. So string.contains string to check value. I still don't understand that. Huh. Okay. Next, we can talk about get service. This is basically wait for child, but for services instead of objects. In the sense of not throwing errors if something has not loaded yet. Example, game get service workspace dot myPart dot name new name. Oh, so we're waiting for the, okay, we're waiting for that. Okay. As you can see, instead of game.workspace, we've used game get service workspace. This is good because now if the game, because this is good now if the name of the workspace is changed or something is not loaded for whatever reason, we can still access the workspace. I want you to run this. Okay. So print game get service workspace dot name. Okay. All right. Okay. Else if. So this lesson, you will learn how to add else if statements. These are important ones. To if statements. This is basically another if statement added to an if statement. Do this. Okay, so if game.workspace.name is equal to hello, then print named hello, else if game.workspace.name is equal to workspace, then print named workspace end. Okay, why does that work again? I should like probably slow down. So if game workspace is the name is equal to hello, then print named hello. Otherwise, game.workspace.name is equal to workspace, then print named workspace. Okay. So it's just deciding it's either named hello or workspace. Okay. Makes enough sense to me. Okay. So core GUI. Oh, dude, this is about the HUD. It's about the UI. Okay. In this lesson, I will teach you about core GUI. In this tutorial, you will learn how to disable things like the player list, health, and more. We will do this using game.starterGUI. Set core GUI enabled. So this is used to toggle core GUI, like the player list, your health bar, the R15 emotes, etc. This is an example of how you would disable the chat. Okay? Game.starterGUI, set core GUI enabled, enum.core_GUI_type.chat, comma, false. So all that false. Enums, this is what Sarah taught me. Enums are kind of property where there are select options for it. In this situation, core GUI elements are the option. Enum.core GUI type. I want you to disable the health though. Okay, so game.starter GUI set core GUI enabled enum.core GUI type .health, so that's the specific enum we're locating, and we're going to make that false. So the health is disabled. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, let's do color 3, boys. Now we can learn about color 3. This is used to create specific colors and can be used on many objects or properties. Let's pretend you have a part called my part in the workspace. I want you to make it white. Wow, racist. Okay, so game.workspace.myPart.color. So we've located the part and we've located the detail, the color detail or property. So let's go ahead and make the color equal to color3.from RGB, and we're going to go ahead and max out the RGB values by having it be 255, 255, 255. Perfect. Part color has changed. Sweet. Okay, where are we at now? 26? Okay, we're almost to 86, right? Vector 3. Gosh, I feel like I'm losing my voice. All right. When you want to make a game, knowing how to use Vector 3 will help you a lot. Vector 3 is basically a position of something or a size relative to 3D space. It is a three-dimensional value, which is why when you make a Vector 3 value, there are 3 variable numbers. If we wanted to move a part's position, we would type the following. Game.workspace.myPart.position is vector 3 new, and then it's going up on the y-axis, so it's going vertically 5 up. Okay, so that would move the part called myPart to 0, 0 in the game, but 5 studs high. The first value is your X value, the second is Y value, and the last is Z. X and Z reference to a position across the game. Y is the height of which the part will be. In the example shown, we would move the part to 0, 0. The middle of the game map and 5 studs high. To complete the lesson and help memorize the code, retype the example I wrote above. Perfect. Game.workspace.myPart.position is vector3.new 0, 5, 0. Run it. All right, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. User input. User input is a service that can be used on a local script to detect input from a player, whether it is keyboard inputs, mobile touches, etc. The function we will learn about is input began. Here's an example. Game get service, user input service, input began, connect function key, print key.code, key.keycode, end. Why is there a parentheses at the end of the end? That's odd. There's no begin. That's really weird. Huh. The above example would print the key pressed, which is an enum value that can be incorporated with if statements to make something such as a shift to sprint. Oh, I love that. Try creating input began function that prints inputs every time any key is pressed do not use any parameters for the input began function. Okay. So the above example would print the key pressed, which is an enum value. That can be incorporated with if statements to make something such as a shift to sprint. Try a input began function that prints input every time any key is pressed. Okay, let's try it. Game get service user input service dot input began connect, and then we're gonna go ahead and do key print okay the above. Okay, so every time, so input, print input. Oops, do I need to do print input? Oh wait, capital I, print input, and then end. Did I get that right? Nope. Oh gosh, this is hard. I mean, we could I could try doing the key code, but I don't think that's correct, right? And I could also try doing function key. I don't think this is correct. Yeah. Input began. Okay, so let's go ahead and do not use any parameters for the input began function. So yeah, input, we don't want any parameters. So we're just gonna have that, and we're gonna print input that prints input. So we're just gonna have it print input. No, that doesn't work. Okay, let's just see real quick what it is. So we're connecting the function, but we're not having a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and redo this. Okay, game get service user input service is what we're finding. That's what the player's pressing stuff. Okay, so input began connect function, and then we're gonna have anything there. We're just not gonna type what function it is. I think that's where the that's where the extra intro is. Okay, print key code. I don't understand why we're no. We're still typing input as the print, and then we're gonna end it. Okay. Oh gosh, that's wrong. Oh no. How is that wrong? End. Input began. Connect. Okay, we're gonna get this right, boys. Wait, something just happened there. Did I have an extra space or something? Let's try it again. We're not gonna move on until I understand this. Game get service user input service dot input began connect function print input end. You put user input server? Oh my gosh. Bro, am I dyslexic, Mark the Mackie? Okay, so it should run here, right? Okay, hell yeah, we got it. Okay. Dude, I'm freaking dyslexic or something. Something's wrong with my brain, bro. Okay, thank you for that, Mark the Mackie. Gosh, that's not the first time something like that happened. Okay. Tool basics. Let's go ahead and do this. I appreciate that, Mark. This is part 1 of 2 for tool basics. We're going to start out with some basic functions for using tools. In this scenario, we will have a script inside of a tool. When the tool is pulled out or put away, it will print code. script.parent.equip function, connect function, print tool equipped, end. So what does that mean? So script, so we're looking at the script, we're finding the parent, we're finding what's equipped, connect the function, we're gonna print tool equipped. If it's connected, I don't see any ifs. Okay, but script.parent.unequipped connect function print tool unequipped, end. I want you to make it so when someone equips a tool, it will print this, hello. All right, so that's pretty simple. Script.parent.equipped connect function, and then we're gonna print hello, and then we're gonna end. All right, perfect. That was easier, huh? Okay, Tool Basics 2. This is part 2 of 2 for Tool Basics. In part 2, we are going to learn about something called activated. This event will fire whenever a tool is activated, meaning someone clicked and used the tool. This is our code. Script.parent.activated connect function print tool was used. Okay, so if it's activated, the tool is used. Okay, this event is really helpful because it allows your tool to actually work. With this, you can make the tool actually do something when someone uses it. Try creating an activated function like the example above that prints shoot. Okay, script.parent.activated connect function print shoot end. Okay. Sick, dude. Hell yeah. So that function ends after end. Okay. Okay, so this is part 1 of 2 for remote events. In part 1, we will talk about using them in local scripts, and in lesson 2, we will talk about using them in server scripts. Okay, so local scripts and server scripts. Remote events are used to trigger an event for either the client or the server. The server can fire a remote event to a player, and the player's local script can detect it and make something happen. Local scripts can fire remote events to the server so the server can do something with it. Let us use an example. If we want to spawn in a car using a local script, it would only appear on our screen because the local script spawned it. We need the server to spawn it so everyone in the game can see it, and the game will be able to see it. We could make it so when you click a button, a local script will fire a remote event to the server, then the server can detect the event is being fired and spawn the car. Here are some code examples of using client/local remote events. So here's the examples. Game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent : fire server. Okay, game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent on client event connect function print event was fired to the client, end. In the 2 examples above, the first one will fire the remote event to the server. In the second sample, that is how you detect if the server fires a remote event to you/the client. Just like functions, you can use parameters and send data between remote events by typing it in between the brackets. For now, I want you to fire an event to the server. Okay, let's fire an event. I gotta admit, this is pretty complicated. I honestly don't understand what's going on here. Game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent fire server. So we're just firing the server. Okay. Event received by server. Okay. So let's go to part 2 here. Okay, this is part 2 of 2 for remote events. In part 2, we will talk about using them in server scripts. Using them in server scripts is similar to local scripts, just a little bit different. Here are some code examples. Remotes are used to communicate from the client to the server or server to client. Okay. Sort of like a transmission between the two of them. That makes sense. So here are the examples. Game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent.onServer event. So we're going into the replicated storage, into my remote event, into onServer event. So we're going to connect the function player. Okay. Print player.name end. And then game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent fire all clients. Okay. And then game.replicatedStorage myRemote event fire client player. Okay, in the first sample, you can see that we use that to detect when a local script fires a remote event to the server. We can see that a local script fires a remote event. I don't see a local script. I guess because it's blue, it's a local script. Is that what it is? So even if the local script sends no parameters, there will always be a player parameter when the event is fired. So if you're sending parameters to the server, remember, player always comes before your parameters when you entered. On the second sample, you can see that we use something called fire all clients. Right, fire all clients, okay? This will fire the remote event to every player in the game. You could still send parameters if you use this. On the third sample, you could see that we used fire client. Fire client allows us to fire the event to a specific player. When using this, you are required to enter a parameter of what player you want to send it to first. You can add more parameters after, but the first one just tells the game which client to fire the event to. I want you to fire a remote event called myRemoteEvent to all clients. This remote event is in replicated storage, game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Okay, so game.replicatedStorage.myRemoteEvent. And then what does it want us to do? Fire a remote event called myRemoteEvent to all clients. Okay. Let's fire it to all clients. Does that work? Nope. We want to fire it to all clients. But the first one just tells you with the... Okay, I want you to fire a remote event called myRemoteEvents. Oh. Remote events. Okay. No. Okay, so the remote event... Oh, is it just no S? Okay, no S. Okay, myRemoteEvent to all clients. Okay. Cool, we did it. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and use tick. Oh, I love tick. I'm a big tick fan. This lesson is all about tick. Tick is used to get the time. On January 1st, 1970, they started counting seconds. When you use tick in your code, it will show how many seconds have passed since that day. No way. No way. Nuh-uh. That's not true. What? This lesson is all about tick. Tick is used to get the time. On January 1st, 1970, they started counting seconds. No way. Is that true? When you use tick in your code, it will count how many seconds have passed since that day. That's not real. Is that real? Bro, that's crazy if that's real. We can use tick for lots of things, including countdowns, daily rewards, and more. In our example, I want you to print this tick. Okay, print tick. So this is just going to spam us, right? This is just going to spam the output. Wait, that's how many seconds have passed? That seems like not a lot of seconds. That's crazy. That's wild. Okay, spawn. Now we will learn about spawning. Spawn, although it may sound different, is used to run a function in a separate thread. This means you can run the function without stopping the current code in the script. A thread is a kind of like a new script. Okay, a thread is kind of like a new script. If you have code running, you want the script to do 2 actions at once, it is achievable through spawn. Spawn allows you to basically run a function as if it's its own script. You can have a script doing 2 things at the same time. Using too many spawns may cause problems in your game, so try to keep the amount to a minimal. In modern Roblox, it is better to use task.spawn instead of just spawn. It is worth noting when you spawn a function, you must pass your parameters within a spawn, like so. Task.spawn, function name, comma, parameter 1, comma, parameter 2. I want you to try this out. Okay. Function test print hello. Okay. End task.spawn test. What would this do and why? The function is test, and then we're spawning the test. So it'll spawn hello. So function test, print hello. That's the function, and we're calling the function, which is spawning test. Task.spawn test. Okay. I mean, I'll just accept it. I don't really know why it works, though, to be completely honest. Okay, let's learn about delay. Now we will learn about delays. Delays are the same thing as spawn from the previous lesson, but with, well, a delay. Instead of doing this, task.wait 5 seconds, task.spawn function, we can use this, task.delay 5 function. Oh, beautiful. This is better because we can basically spawn the thread, but it will not actually start running until the delay is over. You probably will not need it much, but when you become advanced, this will become very helpful to know. Try the following function. Try the following. Okay, function test. So we're gonna have a function here. We're creating the function which prints hello. Okay, and then we're gonna end it, and then we're gonna have the task do a delayed call of the function. So after 1/10 of a second, we're going to test it, or call the test function. Okay, run. Boom, baby, let's go. Okay. So now we're gonna go to the marketplace service 1. Wow, are we a third the way through yet? I feel like we're a third the way through. We definitely are. Okay. We're past the 33.3 repeating mark. Okay. Now we can learn about using the marketplace service. This is used for game passes and other things that cost Robux. Let's learn how we can check if a player owns a game pass. Local player is game.players.localplayer. Correct. If game get service, marketplace service, user owns game pass async, player.userid 0, then print owns game pass, and you would replace the 0 with the ID of the game pass you want to check if they own. Try writing that example out for yourself. Keep in mind, this example is in the context of a local script, which is why we can access game.players.localplayer. What? You would replace the 0 with the ID of the game pass you would want to check if they own. Try writing that example out for yourself. Keep in mind this example is out in the context of a local script, which is why we can access the game.players.localplayer. Okay. Local player is game.players.localplayer. dot local player. If game get service marketplace marketplace service user owns Game Pass async player dot user ID and then the user ID, then print owns Game Pass end. Oh gosh, okay, something went wrong. Owns Game Pass? No. If game gets service marketplace service. Oh, I think it's just this quotation mark right there. In my opinion, this game isn't really helping because by the end of it, you probably will not remember anything taught. I agree, 100%. I think it's better to actually try learning by doing instead. This game is really just throwing everything at you at once. I made a promise to someone that I would do this entire thing in one stream, so I will be finishing this. But I love what you're saying, Mark, and I agree with you, honestly. I do not feel, the only thing I feel like I've learned, honestly, is the delay, the wait, and the printing. I honestly, if you told me to write an else statement, okay, I would understand an else statement, I do admit. But if you told me to do a first find child, or returning, or, well, okay, I do know how to do a function. And I do know how brick color works. But if you were to tell me to do half these things, like a parameter, for example, I wouldn't know how to do a parameter. I just wouldn't. And even if you did tell me to do an else statement, I wouldn't remember exactly how to do it. And I'd have to reference it again. So I do agree with you. But my question for you, Mark, is how can I learn how to do I just pick like a simple concept for a game and then just try to create it? That's what I think I'm going to do right after this. That's what I think I'm going to transition to after this. But I am going to go through this entire thing just to keep my be a man of my word. Even though I am probably not retaining a huge amount from this. Yeah, learn the basics of Lua in Roblox first. Yeah, are there, you know, when you open up Roblox Studio, there's this like demo carnival game that it throws you into, and I loved going through that tutorial, and it taught me how to, you know, operate with all that. And so instead of learning all the API, learn Lua first. So what do you mean API? Am I learning the API right now? I mean, isn't this learning Lua right here? Okay, now we can learn about using the marketplace service to ask a player to buy something. In this example, we are using a Game Pass, but you can also use it for many other kinds of purchases, things like from the catalog, the developer products. We have a sample code we want you to write below, which is local player is game dot players dot local player game get service marketplace service prompt game pass purchase player 0. Okay, note like the last lesson, you would replace 0 with the ID of the Game Pass you would want to sell. Okay, perfect. So Mark says the basics of Lua would be IFS, else, or sorry, ifs, else's, while loops, for loops, variables, tables, dictionaries, and functions. These things like get service and destroy and all these methods are a part of the Roblox API. I'm sorry, what does the API refer to? Are you talking about like the actual like, you know, like the viewport and stuff like in Roblox Studio where you could basically do all the get service, destroy, and those things in more of like the viewport and like property stuff? Is that what you're talking about? What does API even stand for? Is that application? No, this API would be like API keys and stuff like that, right? I have no idea what API stands for, to be completely honest. Okay, let's learn some math. All the functions Roblox has specific, like detecting if a tool is activated or how to destroy a part. Okay, got it. Right. Awesome. Okay, this lesson will hopefully be more interesting than your normal school math class because we will be learning how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide using code. Here are some examples. Print 5 plus 5, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. In the first example, we used addition so that we would print 10. In the second example, we used subtraction, so it would print 0. In the third example, we used multiplication, so it would print 25. In the last example, we used division, so it would print 1. You use a slash for division and a star for multiplication. Try this math problem out. All right, print 5 times 10 divided by 2. All right, boys, what does that equal? 5? I think it equals 5, yeah? Oh, 25. Oh, shit. I'm so retarded, bro. I'm so retarded. 5 times 10 equals 50 divided by 2 equals 25. Dude, I have so many issues. Okay. So, okay. All right. The most basic math possible, bro. All right, converting numbers and strings. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, now we will learn about converting values. Let's use an example. Local number is 1. Print number plus 1, so that would be equal 6. You might think this code will work just fine, but that's not the case. The problem is that we're trying to add a string to a number, but a string is a number, right? You are half right. The number is in string form, but we want to... Okay, so we want to add them together. To do that, we need to convert the string to a number. So local number is 1. Number is to number. Using the code above, it would change the number variable to an actual number value, not a string. We can also convert it back if we want to, like local number is 1, number is toString number. If we use the code above, it would change our number value 1 to a string value 1. This out the following. What? This out the following? Okay, local number is 1. Print to number plus 5. Okay, I kind of understand that. 6. Boom. Okay, sweet. Okay. Where are we at now? Okay, number 39. We're making our way through, boys. We're almost 50% the way done. All right, magnitude. This is a lesson all about getting the distance between two objects. Magnitude is used to figure out the distance between two parts. In this example, we will pretend we have two parts in the workspace, one called myPart1 and another called myPart2. If we want to get the distance between them, we would use this code. Local distance is game.workspace.myPart.position minus game.workspace.myPart2.position and then magnitude. The magnitude is the local distance. Okay. Print distance. As you can see, we put both parts position within parentheses and subtract them from each other. Then the outside brackets put magnitude. This simply converts those two positions into a linear distance between the two. Try out the example for yourself. All right, here we go. Local distance is workspace.myPart1.position minus game.workspace.myPart2.position magnitude. Okay. Print the distance, baby. Okay. Oh no. Wait, what did it say? Did it say something about you didn't use the correct capitalization? Oh no. Workspace. Oh, my part needs to be, yeah. Okay, so Mark's, the Mackie says, how I learned was by making very small projects. I first learned how to do the absolute basics of Lua with some YouTube tutorials, and then I started to learn how to do all the Roblox specific stuff like destroying parts, changing the transparency and color, learning tools and all the other stuff on the Roblox docs. When you make stuff, you encounter errors which when you figure out for the first time would recognize what all the errors mean and how to solve them. You know, Mark, I love that method of learning, of just like encountering problems and making very small and doable projects. And I think you're right. It does, it trains your brain on like, it's easier to remember, okay, this issue I encountered in the past, now I know the solution. Like, I 100% believe that, and it turns your failures into successes. And that's definitely what I'm going to do as soon as I'm done with this little game right here. This little thing. Oh, look at this. I'm 45% done. Okay. Connecting strings. Yeah, so my question is, Mark, what kind of game do you think I should make after this? Should I just make like a basketball game where you try to get a basketball into like a hole or something? All right, if you ever wanted to connect to strings, together to make them one, you would use this method. Print hello ... everybody. Putting the two periods between the two strings connects them. If you want to write what I did above, but if you ever use this outside this lesson, make sure to add spaces so the strings don't clump together. For example, you would have your string like so. Word. Okay. Understood. As you can see, because we have a space at the word, if you add another word here, there'll be a space between them just for the purpose of practice. However, copy the example. Okie dokie. Hello. ... everybody. Okay, we'll remember that. Perfect. The first, well, not really first thing I made was a rocket. It was a simple thing where you click a button and a sound plays and the rocket flies up, and after a couple seconds it explodes. Hey, that's pretty cool, Mark. That's pretty cool, bro. Hell yeah. Wait, teleport service. What I want to make is, I want to figure out how to make command posts, dude. I want to become the king of creating command posts, like from Star Wars Battlefront 2 2005. I just want to make it so that the character goes up to a command post, the character has a team, and the character turns the command post into their team's team, if that makes sense. All right. In this lesson, we will talk about teleport service. Yeah. In this lesson, we will talk about teleport service. Teleport service is used to send players from one Roblox game to another. This can be helpful for making a lobby system where players have to click the play button to go to the real game. Here's an example of teleporting a player to a new game. Game, get service, teleport service. Oops. Teleport service. Teleport, and then the ID player, right? Would 0 be the ID? So the first parameter we enter is the ID. Yep. And the place we are bringing the player. The second variable is the player themselves. The above example also assumes we have determined a player variable somewhere above in the script. Okay, I want you to write that one line that teleports a player variable to a place with the ID of 1. All right, boom. Wait, oh, the place is that ID that we wrote. Okay, that's the place. Okay, understood. Badge service. Okay. So now I can teach you about badge service. This is used to award player badges. Here's an example of how to do it. game get service badge service award badge player.userid 0. We said earlier, we said player user ID, but we do not have a player variable. When using this, you would want to have a player variable to actually pass the function. Also, the second argument, which is the number 0, you would instead type the ID of the badge you would want to award. Using the same method above and pretending we have the player variable, award the player a badge with the ID of 1. Okay, game, get service, badge service. I mean, there's no way I'm like learning nothing, right? I mean, like at the very least, I'm getting familiar with how to write some sort of code, right? Okay, and I'm listening to some sick lo-fi. Yeah. All right. Let's do tables 1. Tables are used to hold multiple values. Each value has its own index inside the table. For example, the first thing in a table has an index of 1. Okay, the second thing inside a table has an index of 2, and so on. Tables are used for many things. In this lesson, we will talk about adding values to tables using table insert. Follow the code below. My table is this. Table.insert my table, comma, hello. The first parameter is the table we are inserting into the value, which is yellow are parameters, right? Yeah, what I did was when I learned a new thing, I'd practice that one thing until I remembered it. That's genius, Mark. That's smart, dude. Just keep on practicing it until you absolutely know it and you can do it without like referencing something outside. I like that. The first parameter is what table we are inserting the value into. The second parameter is what we are inserting into the table. You can insert lots of things into tables, not just numbers. Use the example above, only insert a value of high. Okay, is this the value high? Okay. Okay. So next step in learning about tables is how to remove values. In order to remove a value, you have to know the index of it. Here's our example. My table is hello and hi. As you can see, our table has an index of hello is 1, and the index of hi is 2. Understood. If we wanted to remove hello from the table, we would do the following. My table is hello hi, table.remove my table 1. As you can see, we use table.remove, then in the parameters, we put the table we want to remove a value from, then the index of the exact thing we want to remove. I want you to rewrite the code. I wrote removing the value, but I want you to change the index of the value being removed so it removes the high value, which is ID number 2. All right, remember to add the variable with our table, otherwise the code will error. Okie dokie. My table is hello and hi. Okay. And table.remove my table 2. And it works. Let's go. What I did when I learned a new thing was practice it until I remember it. I love that. I love that. Honk says, are we doing Jackbox? Not today, Honk. We're focusing all in on Roblox, bro. Honk, we are focusing all in on Roblox. But we could do Jackbox tomorrow if you're down. Yeah, maybe we'll do a poll in the Discord linked at the top of the description. All right. Let's go ahead and go to 45 tables 3. Now that we know to add and delete values from our table, let's talk about how to get data from our table. As always, we have to know the index in order to use the value. Here's the table we will be using. Hello, hi. If I wanted to print hi from that table, I would do this. Print my table to, oh, in brackets. Or no, what are those called? What are those things called? Cheese Dev, do you know what those things are called? They're like, they're not brackets. They're brackets? Oh, yeah, because the other ones are parentheses. That's correct. Okay, yeah. Okay. If I want, yeah, square brackets, yeah. Yeah, you're a scripter, you can help? Hell yeah, Cheese Dev. Amazing. Right now, we're just doing this simple thing here. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Cheese Dev. I appreciate it, bro. I want to write the code below this, but I want to make it print hello using our table. Okay, so we're going to do my table. So right now we're just running through this. We're going to be making our own game after this, after we're done with all of the lessons. But for now, we're just learning the very, very basics because we've skipped over this in the past. Wait, why did that not... Okay. So then I'm going to print my table, and then let's use these brackets. Make it print hello. Okay. Perfect. Oh gosh. Correct capitalization. Oh, capital H. I mean, that's just a thing inside the game. All right. Yeah, I have it correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay, boys. We're almost done. So we're 52% done. We're going to finish this before making our game. But guys, I'd love to brainstorm with you guys what game we should make as our first game. Like, it can be as wild as you want it. But I'm thinking we should try going for a very simple, like, over-the-shoulder shooter game. But I'm down to try out different stuff. All right. Now we will talk about humanoids. Humanoids are what make things alive in Roblox. When you play a Roblox game, your character has a humanoid in it. A humanoid stores your health, jump, and all kinds of other values within it. We can also use a humanoid to detect when a player dies. In this example, let's pretend we have a variable called humanoid, and we want to detect when it dies. Use this code. Humanoid. Why is it all white now? It's all colorless. Died. Connect function. Print died. End. Okay. Oops. Oh, I see it. Okay. To know she died. Let's go. Okay, sweet. You're sort of new but intermediate. Mark says he's been scripting in Roblox for a couple of years. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Peace out, Cheese Dev. Thanks for stopping by, bro. All right. Let's go ahead and go to Humanoids 2. Now we will talk about setting a humanoid's health. Just like last time, we will pretend we have a variable called humanoid. Use the following code to damage the humanoid. All right, humanoid.health is 0. Are we not putting any spaces? No. Okay. Yeah, we dropped his health to 0, boys. Okay. String length. Now we will learn about something called string.len. Okay, so string length is how we read this, string length. This is one of the many string functions that can be used to get data from strings. In this example, we can figure out how long a string is. Use the following code. Print string length hello. Okay. As you can see, we use string length with our word between the brackets to figure out how long the string is. Okay, perfect. Sweet. You have to quit good dedication though. Let's see. Motivation is the killer of projects. Man, yeah, you can't rely on motivation. Really? Is that right? Once you know enough about basically you can make anything you want. Yeah, that's true. That's true. At the moment, you don't do commissions unless it's small. Dude, I would love to find someone who would just be able to teach me everything about Roblox. That'd be sick. But I think YouTube tutorials is going to have to be what it is for now. All right, number 49, lowercase. Now we can learn about string.lower and string upper. So string lowercase and string uppercase. These are used to convert strings into full uppercase or full lowercase letters. Here are some examples. String lower, hello. String upper, hello. So in the first example, it would change hello to hello. And the second example would string hello to hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and print string lower hello. I wonder when that's used. I wonder when that becomes valuable. Okay, uppercase. Okay, now that we've done part 1 of this lesson, we can do it the other way. Okay, print string upper hello. Okay, perfect. Sweet. Okay, we're officially 58% done, boys. We're 58% done. Let's go ahead and do a player added. Player added is used to detect when a player joins the game. This is when you would give the player leader stats or load their data in. Player added is used in almost any Roblox game and is very useful. Do you guys use player added? Is that like a thing? Wow. In almost any Roblox game and is very useful. Here is how you make it. Game.players.playerAdded connect function player print player.name end. So we can access the players, then we use the event player added to detect when a player joins. When you connect it to a function, the parameter is always the player who joined. In the example above, we printed the player's username. Retype the code above to pass. Okay. Yeah, it's how you detect when a player joins your game for leaderboards and stuff. Damn, bro. Okay, awesome. I'll have to remember this, bro. I'll have to remember this. Yeah, which YouTuber were you guys talking about? That's good for like learning Roblox and stuff. Wait, game.players.playersadded connect. Oh, SmarterBix. Alright, cool. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna check them out for sure. I'm gonna actually copy that. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, Cheese Dev. Okay. So connect function player. Okay, print player.name end. Okay. Oh, players. Okay. There we go. Hell yeah. Smarty Pro, bro, he got a whole course. You got a whole course, bro? Damn. No, it makes sense. If somebody has like a skill in something like this, bro, like if people are willing to pay for it, dude, create the product and sell it, you know? And a lot of time it helps people, you know, to buy courses and invest their own money. It helps them be more invested emotionally because their emotions are tied to their money in whatever they purchase. And then they learn it better than if they were just watching a YouTube video with the same exact information. It's kind of weird, right? Yeah. Data stores are incredible for Roblox games. It allows you to save stats. In part 1 of this lesson, we will learn about setting the data. I want you to write the code below. Okay. Game. It is correct, Mark, that everything you need is free online. That is 100% true. But you got to keep in mind that people are emotionally tied to purchases and that sometimes purchasing something, like my brother Steven will literally create, like buy super expensive audio equipment or audio plugins for Ableton just so that he can be inspired to use it in a project and get something done, you know? So test data store. Set async player dot user ID hello. Okay, what's this actually doing though? I want to actually understand. So we get the service, then we get the name of the data. Okay, so we get the service, then we get the name of the data store. So the name of the get service is data store service. The name of the data store is test data store. And then where I wrote test data store, you can type anything you want when you use this. That is the name of your data store. Between the brackets, I also want you saving this. I saved hello. Okay, so it's set async hello. Okay, now if we get that data store later, I will get hello. Also, where I wrote the player user ID, you write in the player's user ID. Okay. I never made a variable for the player, so you will have to do that for this to work. Okay, so when I run, it won't do anything. Oh, okay, never mind. Awesome. Yeah, long run. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you feel good, like you have to complete it, which is very good in the long run. Right. Yeah. Data stores. Okay, this is part 2 of the data stores series. Make sure to check out lesson 1 for this to make sense. In the last one, we set the data in our test data store as hello. Now we are going to get that data and print it. Write this code. Data equals game get service data store service get data store test data store get async and then the player ID. Okay. Note that just like last time, you will need to actually write a variable for the player so it can use it. Understood. Oh no. Data is game get service. Okay. Data store service. Get data store. Test data store. Get async player user ID. Wait, what? Oh, and then print data. Wait, why print data? Wait, this part 2, make sure to check out part 1 for this to make sense. Last time we set our data to hello. Now we are going to get that data and print it. Oh, print data. Oh, I just didn't see that. That's so funny. I just didn't see that. Okay, awesome. Let's run it. Boom, baby. All right, getting into data stores now. This stuff's getting tricky. I know. Mark, I honestly... oh, yeah. I'll tell Cheese DevLord what Mark said. So Mark says that how Mark learned was by making very small projects. He first learned... I guess I can just pull it into here. Yeah, it's right here. In fact, I'll just copy paste it. I'll just copy paste Mark's journey right there. Okay. Okay. Oops. Sweet. I know, lol. Yeah, this game might not be the best way to learn. And I totally agree. Super Squibby, how's it going, bro? Yeah, we're 61% done with this. We're almost done. As soon as we're done with this, we're gonna hop into making super simple games. Super simple. The most simple of the most simple. And we're going to follow Mark's method because I honestly love Mark's method. We're just familiarizing ourselves with writing code and that sort of thing. But we're going to try not to use any AI assistance. And we're going to try to literally create the game by ourselves by coding, by our own creativity, by our own problem solving skills. Okay, so number 54, toggle first person. In this lesson, we will talk about how to switch your camera from first person only from normal. This script will only work in a local script. Go ahead and code game.players.localplayer.camera mode equal is enum.camera mode .lock first person. And I'm so tempted to copy and paste this underneath, but I'm going to write it out to familiarize myself more. Game.players.localplayer. So it's locating this inside of the Explorer, I feel like. Okay, camera mode is enum.camera mode .classic. So because it's an enum, there's lots of different options, and the different options are either lock first person or classic, which is like the third person. Not even third person, it's the rotating camera thing. Okay, the first example of code will lock the player in first person. If you run the second line of code, it will put them back in the classic mode where players can zoom in and out. I want you to write a line of code that will lock it in the first person. Alrighty. Boom. Players now locked in first person. Okay. Dev Products 1. Part 1 of this lesson will be very basic. If you played the marketplace service lessons, you should know the basics of selling things. I did not. Wait, no, I did do those lessons. Never mind, I did. Okay, but we only talked about game passes. Now we will talk about dev products, which are basically game passes that can be bought multiple times. So if you wanted it so players can buy in-game currency, dude, Roblox just runs off this shit, doesn't it? Like, that's how it makes money. It's just selling stuff for Robux. It's so funny. You would use dev products. First, let's learn about how to prompt a player to buy one. Okay, game, get service, marketplace service, prompt, product, purchase, player, and then the ID, right? Or no, the product. That's the product. Okay. Understood. Okay. So game passes and developer products are how you make money. Got it. Yeah, I'm not interested in making money right now. I've seen the videos about people making money. I actually saw a video just this morning about the Roblox millionaires. Just crazy. But I'm not interested in the money right now. I'm just interested in making a fun game. All right, maybe in the future I'll be interested in the money. But right now, I literally just want to make my dream game, you know? Bro not even know how to script dev products and stuff. Oh, bro, now I know how to script. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, good mindset. Good mindset, exactly. Because, dude, the reason why the game industry is kind of falling apart right now is because these larger companies aren't focused on making a really fun game. I love that games like Schedule 1 are blowing up because they focus more on just making a fun game. And that's what I hope the market decides. The thing about the marketplace inside of Roblox is that it seems like the incentives are all about how can we get the kids to buy more Robux using their parents' credit card and spend Robux on the game. So it's sort of incentivizing pay to win, if that makes sense. All right, so part 2 of this lesson will be more tricky. Now we will learn about how to detect when a player purchases one of our dev products. Write this code: games get service marketplace service dot process receipt is function info. If info dot product ID is equal to 0, then player is game dot players get player by user ID info dot player ID. Okay. Print player dot name. They really have the best music in the background for this. Has bought a product. Has bought a product. Okay, so we're doing like a string connect here, right? Isn't that a string connect? End. Why are we doing two ends? Is it because there's two different things going on? We use a function to wait for a purchase to finish. When someone buys something, it will give us the info of what they bought. We can use that info to get the player who purchased it and the ID of the product purchased. If you replace 0 with your game dev, with your dev product ID, it will print their name when they buy your dev product. You would change that to give them money or something else like that. Rewrite the code above to pass. Oh, shoot. Something happened. Player.name. Does there have to be a space in between this? No. Is there a space between that? Get player by user ID game.players is equal to 0. If info dot product ID process receipt is function info. Let's see what I have wrong. Oh, it was something about a space right there. Okay, so it was just something about a space. Okay, perfect. Two ends because if there's an if statement and a function, both of those need to end. Okay, understood. Awesome. Yeah, this game super cares about, yeah, the game, exactly. The game cares about it, but the space wouldn't really matter inside like a game. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we are now on number 61 here. We're almost done, boys. We're almost done. I'm going to try to hold my bladder until we're done with this. Now we will talk about mouse. The example we are teaching you will only work in a local script. First, we need to get the local player's mouse. So mouse is game.players.localPlayer get mouse. Okay, after that, we can use something called mouse target to figure out what part a player is hovering. So we can print mouse dot target dot name. Okay. So now we get the target part that the mouse is hovering on and then print the name of it. Here's an example of what I want you to write. Mouse is game player local player get mouse. Print mouse target dot name. Okay. Perfect. Let's go. Okay, sweet. Okay. Plugin 1. This is a series where I will teach you how to make a Roblox plugin. Oh my goodness, a Roblox plugin? I recommend you either know how to make GUI or have played every lesson before in this game before you start this. I have played every lesson in this game. Plugins are tools that can be installed on Roblox Studio to make development easier. Anybody can make a plugin for Roblox, and I'm going to teach you how. Okay, I don't think I need to know how to do this, but we're going to do it anyways. You have to develop a plugin within a script and then publish it as a plugin. You need to make a server script. I recommend setting the parent to server storage so it cannot run unless actively being used as a plugin. At the top of the script, you're going to write toolbar is plugin create toolbar and then plugin name here. The toolbar is where you will put the icons in your plugin, and those icons is how people will use the plugin. I want you to write the code I have above and then come down to part 2 of this lesson to keep on learning. Let's do it. Hey, yo, let's do it. You've made some custom plugins? That's sick, bro. That's sick, Mark. Most beginner and intermediate people would probably never do this. Damn. All right, make sure to learn about part 1 of plugins before coming here. Your code should look like this. toolbar is plugin create toolbar. Now we have a toolbar, but we need to create an actual button for people to click that will activate the plugin. To do this, on the line below where you created your toolbar, you need to write this: plugin underscore button is toolbar create button name description. The first parameter of creating a button is the name of the button slash plugin. The second one is a description of what the button or plugin will do when you click it. You can add a third parameter for adding an image, but we will skip that part. You can add more than just one button to your plugin, but make sure not to add too much. Otherwise, people might install it because people might not install it. People might uninstall it because it takes up a lot of space. Please write the line of code where we created our button, and then come to the next lesson where we learned about detecting clicks. Okay, so what are we doing? Plugin is toolbar. Okay, so plugin underscore button is toolbar create button name description. No space in between the commas, I think. No space. Okay. Oh, is there a space? Okay, there is a space. Never mind. Okay, perfect. Awesome. You're peacing out, Cheese Dev. Thank you so much, bro. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and it was awesome chatting with you. Awesome getting to meet you. Oh, shit. Oh, I totally skipped over some stuff. Oops. Okay, let's do some group roles. Okay. Getting player ranks inside of groups can be helpful for cafe, police, and other types of roleplay games. This can also be helpful for giving developers access to things. We use the get role in group function to get a string of players' roles in a Roblox group. Here is how you would get their rank. Print game.players.local player get role in group 0. You would replace 0 with the ID of the group you would want to get their rank in. I want you to rewrite the code. Okay. We missed something. What did we miss? Get role in group 0. Print game players, local player. Oh, with a 5. Okay, replace 5. Okay. I just didn't read all of it enough. Okay. Okay, group ranks. Now we will learn about getting players in ranks. The difference is that rank is a number form of what their role is in a group. So if you got their rank for a group, they are not in, their rank would be 0. If you got their rank for a group they are not in, their rank would be 0, okay? If you are the lowest rank in a group, but not in the group, it would be 1. Okay. Here's the function required to do this. Print game players local player get rank in group, and then we're gonna write 5. Okay, I want you to get your rank in a group with the ID of 5, just like last time. Rewrite this code, but replace the group ID of 0 with 5. Awesome. Now I'm ranked 0. Okay, let's go ahead and go to plugin 3. Oops, we know. First, we got to finish touched and damaged. Okay, in this scenario, we will pretend that we have a part called my part in the workspace. Using touched, we can detect when a part is touched by another part, whether a player touches it or the floor touches it. Whenever the part is touched, we will get it for the touch function. Let's write some code. Game.workspace.myPart.touched connect function hit print hit name Wait, do we have to have a space there? I think so. And then touched my part. That's funny. Okay, end. So as you can see in the code above, whenever the touch is hit, using hit, we can figure out what touched the part. And in this scenario, print the name of what it touched. I want you to write the code above. Oh gosh, something went wrong. It's something about those yeah, it's something about it's just that I need to add a space right there. Awesome. Okay, so these examples should be a little less harder, or a little bit harder. Instead of saying like replace like 5, like check if the user is in the group, and if so, print X. Yeah, honestly, no, that would definitely be an improvement. All right, let's do take damage. So now we will learn about take damage. Take damage is used to damage humanoids and lower their health. We use take damage so it will only damage the player if they do not have a force field, because we do not want to damage the player if they have a force field. Here's an example of take damage. Pretend that we have a humanoid variable. Okay, humanoid take damage 5. It is very easy to use, and you can change 5 to any number you want. All right, let's damage it to 10 instead of 5. Awesome. Let's go. All right, so now that we've done that, we can continue our journey of the plugins, plugin 3. So make sure you go to lesson 1 about the plugins. In the last lesson, you learned about how to make a button for your plugin, but now we will be able to detect when it is clicked so we can make the plugin work. Your code should look something like this. Toolbar is plugin, create toolbar, plugin name here. Plugin underscore button is toolbar, create button, name, description. Now we have our button under the variable plugin button. We can use that reference to our button. Now detect a click on a button, on a plugin button. You type the following: plugin, plug in underscore button dot click connect functional. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Function. Okay. And then we're gonna go ahead and print button. Plugin clicked. Okay. And then end. So in our example, it will just print something when activated, but you would probably want to make it actually do something that would help people making games. For example, you would make it so that when it clicked, it will create a new script and then open it up so you can so others can create scripts with ease. That's a smart idea for a plugin, bro. It's a really smart idea for a plugin. To pass the lesson, write the lines of code that detect clicks on a plugin button. Okay. Awesome. That's the plugin stuff. Not ever going to use that probably. Locking the mouse. Okay, locking the mouse, the player's mouse can be very helpful. I use that in my over-the-shoulder shooter game. I locked it to the very center of the screen so that the crosshair is set there. So here are 2 code samples. All right, game get service user input mouse behavior enum mouse behavior lock center, and games get service user input service mouse behavior enum is enum mouse behavior default. The first sample of code will lock the mouse to the right of the center. Oh, it will lock the mouse right to the center of your screen. The second one will change it back to normal. These lines of code will also only work in local scripts. Sometimes Roblox will change the mouse back to normal when you try to lock it. So to fix that, we would type the following: game get service run service dot render stepped. Why render stepped? I don't understand that. Function game get service user input service dot mouse behavior is enum mouse behavior lock center. Render stepped means every frame, so with the code above, we would lock the mouse every frame, so other scripts cannot lock it. To pass this section, type one line of code that will lock the mouse, the first code in the sample of the lesson. Okay. Cool. So we can do this. Lock center. Okay. Perfect. There it is. There it is. Okay. We are so close. We are 75% done, boys. Okay. So, debris. Now we have to do debris. Okay, now we will learn about debris. Debris is a service, so you can get it using game get service. And it helps with detecting, or sorry, it helps with deleting things after a certain amount of time, reducing lag. It helps with deleting things after a certain amount of time. Oh, like bullets, Okay, for example, if you make a gun, if you make a gun that will make a gunshot holes in a wall, you want to use debris so that the bullet holes get deleted after a few seconds, because otherwise the game would get laggy very fast. To access debris, we type the following. Game get service debris. To add something that we want to delete, we need to do something called add item. We use something called add item. Let's pretend we have a part called my part in the workspace that we want deleted in 1 second. We would type the following: game get service debris, add item, game workspace my part. Why would he? So add the item to debris, huh? Debris isn't good to use. It's slower than just using destroy. Okay, so we would destroy it instead. All right. The first argument is the object we want deleted. Then we put a comma and then the time in seconds until it gets deleted. Retype the code above to pass. Game get service debris add item game workspace my part 1. Okay. Beautiful. Part deleted. But we'll use destroy instead. That's like easier. Yeah, render stepped is old too. Better use pre-render instead as well when you learn to do that. Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like Roblox updates a lot, doesn't it? Like it kind of updates the Roblox Studio pretty frequently. But that's a relatively new thing. Got it. It's awesome, dude. Roblox has like an infinite budget, doesn't it? Okay, leaderboard stats, leader stats. Okay, this is awesome. Have you ever been in a Roblox game and seen numbers next to Roblox players' names showing their money or some kind of other stat? Well, people use leader stats to do that. When you make a model / folder inside of a player called leader stats and put values inside it, it will show those values next to their name on the player list. In this example, we will show you how to make a leader stats page that will show all players having 5 money. Okay. So game get service players dot player added connect function player. Okay, leader stats is instance new folder comma player. Okay, leader stats name is leader stats money is instance new int value comma leader stats. I honestly don't know what I'm doing here. Money name is money. Money value is 5. End. Okay, so what are we actually doing here, though? Yeah. Yes, here we have player added in the last example for practical use. Really, all these variables should be local, but you know, basically, when a player is added, okay, we create a new folder in the player. Okay, I see that the instance new is the folder for the player. We add, okay, we add. That makes sense, Mark. That makes a lot of sense, Mark. Yeah. Right. And the money name is money. Okay. So the integer value, which is a value that holds a number, an integer value. We call it money. Okay. And the value is 5. Okay. That makes sense, Mark. You've just translated that. Dude, you speak Lua, bro. You speak Lua. Yeah. You speak Lua. It's literally a language you speak. Oh, gosh. We gotta... What's the answer? Oh, we did something wrong right there. Okay, that's all right. Sweet. Yeah, Mark, you know the language, bro. All right. We are 77% done with this. All right, next is player removing. Okay, so now we can talk about player removing. The reason it's called removing and not removed is because it fires before a player leaves. So it's removing. This is helpful because you can save their data before they leave and you cannot save it anymore. Okay. This code example is the exact same as the last lesson and same parameters as well. Game dot players dot player removing connect function player print player dot name end. Okay, so we're connecting that. Awesome. Okay, PC call. So, or P call. Is it just called P call? In this lesson, we will learn about P-call functions. P-call functions are used to run code that has a chance to error. If the code inside the P-call errors, the script will not break. Here's an example of a P-call function. Local success. Response is P-call function. Print hello, end. Print is not going to fail, so a P-call function is not needed. Okay. However, this is just an example, so it's fine. Success and response are variables. When you make a P-call function, you have to make 2 variables for it. The first variable is a true or false, a bool value, a boolean. If the value is true, then that means the code ran fine. If it is false, it means something went wrong in the code. The second variable is only for if the code errors. If it errors, the response variable will be set to the error message. To pass the lesson, rewrite the P-call function above. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, it's good to break the code down into kind of like English. I know, I'm trying to be able to read the code. Like, I want to be able to read this. Local success response. So local success response is P-call function print hello end. Oh, we got to add a in parentheses there. All right, run. Oh gosh, what went wrong? Local, did I spell success wrong? I feel like I spelled success wrong. Yep, okay. Response is kind of useless in this example. Yeah, it mentioned that it was useless in that example. It said it like right here in this lesson. However, this is, yeah, it said this P-call function is not needed. Yeah. All right. Okay. So chatted. Now we will learn about the chatted function. This is used to detect when a player chats. When they chat, we will always get the parameter of message. This is a string that will tell us what the player said. It is what they said before the filter, so make sure not to follow what they say publicly until you filter it. What? Right, okay, make sure not to show what they say publicly until you filter it. Right, okay, that makes sense. In the code below, I will show you how to detect when a player chats. In this code, we will pretend we have a player variable. You could connect this to a player added function for this to work. Here's the code. Player chatted connect function message. Okay. Print the message end. So this is with no filter. Beautiful. Awesome. Yeah, you gotta filter the message yourself, otherwise you get banned. Yeah. That's funny that they wouldn't just include it like their own. It's funny that they wouldn't have a built-in like filter. Isn't that weird? Okay, so in part 1 of this lesson, we will learn about the basics of GUI scripting. We will learn about the mouse enter for this lesson. Mouse enter basically detects when a player hovers their mouse over a GUI object, like a button, frame, text, label, etc. In the example we are about to give you, this is a local script inside of the GUI object. So it would be a local script which has a parent of the frame or button or something similar. Code script parent mouse enter connect function print player is hovering over GUI end. Okay. Oh gosh, what did I do wrong? Oh, it's just a boom. Boom. Wait, what? Oh, I see it now. All right, awesome. Yeah, mouse ender. Hey, that sounds like a sick new mob in Minecraft. The ender mouse, the mouse ender. It's like it lives in the end, an ender mouse. That'd be sick. Okay, GUI basics 2. In part 2, we will learn about detecting when the player stops hovering over a GUI object. Just like last time, we'll pretend that this is a local script inside of the GUI project. Code script dot parent dot mouse leave connect function print player is no longer hovering over GUI. Okay? And end. Okay. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. We're doing it. We're 83% the way done. All right. Number 3. In part 3, we will learn about detecting when a GUI gets clicked. Our example will only work on a local script or server script that is inside of a GUI object, a button GUI object, like a text button, period. You can detect when a button gets clicked using mouse button one click. Here's the code I want you to write. Script parent mouse button one click. So is that the left click or the right click? It'd be the left click, right? Connect function. Okay. Print button clicked. Okay. End. Awesome. Sweet. So useful when you want to do some effect when the user hovers over the UI, like a sound. Oh, that'd be nice to have like a little click, like a very soft little bloop, bloop, bloop. Or like sort of like what are those things called on on like, you know when you tap on something on like a phone, a haptic? Is it called a haptic when it like kind of does like a single or a couple vibrates? Yeah, haptic. Love those things. Okay. Yeah, you could do that in Roblox. That's sick, dude. I love that. Freaking love that. Honk is saying, will you play Roblox games as a break from coding? Yes, I will play. I'll play something, Honk. I'm down. I'm 100% down to play something as a break in between this and creating a game. Maybe we could search for a very simple game that I could recreate, you know? Maybe just find some inspiration real quick. Most people don't like haptics, so it's best to have a toggle for them. Sick, yeah. No, I played this game called Pal Vista that my brother made. It's an MMORPG on the phone, also in the Steam store. And the haptics are so annoying because every time you hit a player or get hit, your phone like clicks, and it happens so much that he added that it gets annoying. So he has a toggle for him. So those are nice. Okay. So child added is used to detect when an object is added to a place. In our code example below, we will detect when something new is added to the workspace. Code game.workspace.child added connect function object. Print object name and end. Okay, so we locate the child added and we connect it to a function, the object, and we print the object's name. As you can see, when a child is added, okay, so when a child is added inside the workspace, we get a parameter in our function called object. This is the object that was added to the workspace. In the example, we printed the name of what was added to the workspace. To pass the lesson, rewrite the code. Awesome. Shroom, how you doing, Shroom? Shroom is alive! Shroom is alive! Yes. All right, I'm here to see what you make. Dude, yeah, we definitely, Mark, I'm gonna make something, bro. And we're 86% the way there. But if someone has a game where we can play it for inspiration, I'd love to check it out. All right. Child removed. We're almost there, though. We're almost there. If you played the last lesson, you would know how to detect when a child is added to something. Now we will learn about detecting when something is removed from something. This is almost identical to the last lesson, just detecting stuff getting removed instead of added. Even the parameters are the same. Code game.workspace.child removed connect function object, okay, print object name, so it's literally identical, no way, end, okay. Yeah, so something to test your skill would be like a crate. When you hold E on it, it would give you like a random tool in a folder. That would be sick, dude. That'd be sick. And we would use enums for that, right? Would we use enums? Wait, move to. So now we will learn about move to. This is used to move an NPC humanoid to a location. Move to is the most basic way to do this, as it will just walk straight towards the position. If there is an obstacle or something that is blocking the NPC, the NPC will just run right into it and get stuck. Use the move to on a humanoid, and for the first parameter, put a vector 3 position. In our example, we will pretend that we have a humanoid variable. Write this code. Humanoid move to vector 3 dot new, and he's gonna move to 00Z5. Okay. Oops. Are there spaces in between every single? Okay, there's spaces in between every coordinate. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, so it would teach you how to get random items and use proximity prompts. For that, you'd use proximity prompts, which are a built-in way to add stuff like press E to do this on a part or object. Very useful and epic. This game and their spaces. I know, right? But okay, so for proximity prompts are very useful and epic. Okay, sick. Love that. Love that. Okay, we're almost done, boys. 88%. We're closing in. Messaging service. Okay, now we will learn about messaging service. Messaging service is used to send data across all of the servers in your game. There are limitations on how many times you can use the service in a certain amount of time. There are two main functions with the messaging service: publish and subscribe. Honk says Doomspire Brick Battle could be a good inspiration of combat and defense. Sounds like a bit of a complicated game, though. Okay, they are not in this game, but you know, it'd be something to figure out by looking at Roblox docs. Okay, which everything you basically need is on there. Yeah, is it okay if I use something like Grok or ChatGPT to like look up the Roblox docs, the document information? All right. Okay, so there are two main functions with messaging service: publish and subscribe. Subscribe is used to wait for a message to be sent and detect when one is. Publish is used to send out the data that the subscribe code will detect. The first argument when using publish is the topic. Why is it called an argument? The topic is basically just so the subscribe function knows what to listen for. Example: if you wanted to make it so admins can send a message to every server in your game, you would name the topic admin message. Then when you publish or subscribe, you can use admin message as your topic so the scripts can communicate. The second argument is the actual data you want to send. I want you to write a line of code that says that will publish a message exactly like below. Copy the code. Game get service messaging service publish async my topic hello. Okay, sweet. Awesome. Yeah, Lua learning is better, low-key. You think so, Zagon? There are many names for arguments, variables, parameters. So all of those different things are arguments, like a variable, parameter, functions. Is like a function a type of argument? Okay, awesome. No, not functions, just variables and parameters. Okay, got it. How about an if-else? Is an if-else like a type of argument or an if statement? A function is basically a reusable block of code. Okay, got it. Something you can call later in the script. Right. That is condition statement. Okay, so what's the etc. then? The arguments are variables, parameters. Okay. Like I start naming off etc. stuff. Etc. is really what you want to call it. Okay, got it. Okay. In part 2 of the messaging service lessons, we will learn about detecting when a message is published, like what we did in the last lesson. This code is very hard to explain, so here's the code. Game get service messaging service subscribe async my topic function message. Okay, print message data end. Okay, as you can see, we put the topic in my topic, then made it a function with message. Okay, function message, yep. Message is the data that was sent to every server in our game. But message is not just the message. It also contains the time it was sent. But in our example, we used message.data to just get the message out. If you wanted to get the time, you would write message sent. Really? But we're doing message data. Okay. To pass the lesson, rewrite the code above. Awesome. Zagan says, like, view it like this. Function is a classroom. You want to get a specific kid, so you can do classroom kid's name. Function this, function that. Okay, that makes sense. Sorta. I like reusable block of code better, honestly. I think that makes more sense to me. But okay, let's do warn. Okay. So function could be used in multiple ways, yeah. Okay, so warn is used to print just like normal printing, only it will be highlighted with an orange color. This is to highlight messages you would need to see, something to stand out in the output. For example, if you want to make some code that makes sure it runs properly, you can do checks using pcall functions and other things similar to make sure it is working well. If something is wrong, but not that game breaking, you would send a warning message to the output so that you would know that there is something going on that is not that big of a deal, but it should be looked at. Rewrite the code below to send a warning. Warn test. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Like you can, you love using warn. Like you can make a function to multiply A and B together and get the result from it. Something like for a headshot. If the player lands, if the bullet hits somebody in the head, it like multiplies the damage, something like that. They use descriptions that you wouldn't understand at that stage of coding. Seems a bit too much. Zogan, trust me, Zogan, you're definitely not the first guy to be dogging on this scripting school game. And I offered to redo their UI. Oh, you offered scripting school? You offered these people to redo their UI? And they said nah? That's hilarious, Zagan. Dude, are you pretty good at like graphic design, like good enough to like improve stuff? Yeah, you gave them a concept and all? Dude, how could they turn that down, bro? That's crazy. Zagan, you want me to Google you? What do we just look up? Do we just look up Zagan? Zagan dev. Just type it into the browser, just Zagan. Let's do it. Let's see it. Who is he? Should we go to your Roblox page? The development portfolio. Okay, let's see it. Skills, building architectural design, scripting in Lua, still learning and improving, modeling, Blender. He's in Blender. He's in 3D asset creation. That's sick, dude. That's super sick. Okay. That's awesome. I wanna see your dude, card RNG. That's sick. That's super cool. I love that, bro. I love that, Zogan. Zagan. I'm just gonna call you Zagan. Zogan. That's super cool, bro. That's super cool. Hell yeah. You're not an artist though? You used to use Blender as well? Yeah, I used it a little bit when working on like map design for Pal Vista, the MMORPG I was talking about earlier. But I've not used it. Well, I guess I have used it recently, but I'm not a pro at it by any means. I was just using like tile sets and creation and mapping and stuff like that. Okay, error. We're almost done. We're at 91%, boys. Okay, in the last lesson, we learned about warn, which is used to send warnings to the output similar to printing. Now we will learn about error. Something similar to warn and print, only it'll appear as an actual error in your output. This is helpful for letting yourself know when something goes wrong in your code. You can attach any message to it, like other similar versions of this function. Okay, so we're just gonna write error test. Perfect. Awesome. So that's just good for debugging. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, go to X data. You want to go to X data? Zagon. What's X data right here? Like building? Oh, dude, that's sick. Hell yeah. Love those lightings. Love that. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick. Oh, I love that ghost net. That's pretty sick, dude. Hell yeah. Love that. That's pretty cool. All right. Okay, where are we? We just learned about error. Okay, rounding down. In this lesson, we will learn about how to round down a number. This is helpful in taking values with decimals and converting them to normal numbers. Here's how you round down. Math.floor 1.5. The above code turns 1.5 into, oh, because it's floor, right? Okay, so print math.floor 1.1. So this will turn it into 1. Boom. Okay, I love that. So is roof, math.roof different? Oh, math.ceiling. Okay. So, yeah, this is helpful for things if they have like 0.5 health. We can use it to make sure that they have 0. Okay. Yep. This makes sense. Print math.ceiling. That's funny. I thought it was going to be like roof. All right, but this is going to be 2. Exactly. Yeah, yes and no. I want to be better at it. But you know, I learned slow. Yeah. No, I learned slow as well. I thought I learned quickly. I really did. But with this whole coding thing, dude, I'm learning slowly. I'm learning slowly too. All right, so get mass. But it's all about, you know, the direction you're going. You know, as long as you're improving every day, it's fine. As long as you're improving every day. All right, get mass is used to get the weight of a part. Let's pretend we have a part in the workspace called my part, and we wanted to figure out how heavy it is. We would use this code: print game workspace my part get mass. Rewrite the code above to pass the lesson. Print game workspace my part get mass. Okay, so we're just getting the mass of my part. That makes sense. All right, we're almost done, boys. We're 96% there. Bind to close. Bind to close is used to detect when the server is shutting down. For example, if everyone in a server leaves, we could use this to detect that everyone has left. This is important because we can save the player's data as the server is closing, because sometimes data will not save it if the last person in the server leaves. This is how you can detect when a server closes. Rewrite this code. Game bind to close function print server closing end. Run. Okay, not bad. You want to get into Unreal Engine coding, but good. Yeah. No, I tried. You can look on YouTube to my earlier devlogs. I was working in Unreal Engine for like the first 5 episodes of my devlogs, or I think first 4 episodes, and I was doing like 10-hour sessions. And man, I love the visual aspect of the node system. I love that you drag and drop everything, but I was just getting lost. It's just such a powerful tool. It's like sticking you into like a giant like crane, you know, on a construction site or something. Yeah, or like putting you at like the pilot seat of like the Millennium Falcon. It's like, bro, let me learn how to use a speeder bike first or something. But yeah, you'd want to learn the C++ part of it. Well, maybe you can learn it on this. There's only 10 things here. All right. No, but Yeah, you're not a big fan of the blueprints. I'm a big fan of the blueprints. I love it, bro. I love blueprints. It's cool. It's really cool. All right. But still, I wasn't able to get my game to work. So, yeah. You know the basics of C++, but I don't have any plans to learn it. Yeah. All right. So, chat. Yeah, people say C++ is like the language of gaming, like the main language of gaming. So I feel like it'd be worth it to learn, but just every one of these coding languages are massive, you know, but you just got to start with the fundamentals like what we're doing right here, right? Okay, so chat is a function of the chat service. We can use it to make a part/character chat with a chat bubble like a Roblox player can. This code below will make a part in the workspace named my part. Say hello in a chat bubble above it. Okay. So game get service chat game dot workspace dot my part hello. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you had a professional... Okay, so, yeah, it's a really hard language. Nothing compared to Lua. I had a professional scripter read this game. He said it will get you into bad habits. Really? Wow. Wow. I had a professional scripter read this game. This game right here. This game that we're playing, bro? This game that we're playing will get you into bad habits. Oh, crap, bro. All right, good thing we're not retaining anything. Good thing we're not retaining a single thing from this. So, you know, Lua learning is much, much better. Okay, got it. Okay, so for loops are used to repeat something, nothing some learning can fix, exactly. For loops are for loops. Oh, they're literally called for loops. For loops are used to repeat something of a certain amount of times. For example, if you wanted to print the same thing 5 times, you could use this code. For I is 1, 5, do. Print hello, end. Okay, I is the amount of times the loop runs. Okay. So for this example, when the for loop runs a second time, I would be equal to 2. And basically it would tell you how many times the loop is ran. The 1.5 is how many times you want it to run. Using 1.5 makes the loop run 5 times. If you wrote 100 instead, the loop would run 100 times. Okay. So for I is 1, 5, do, print, hello, end. Okay. Sweet. Awesome. I'm financially ruined, bro. That username. Bro, how's it going, man? How's it going? I'm financially ruined. How you doing? Mark says you use the Roblox Studio for scripting, right, Zogan? Or do you use VS Code? Dude, I don't know why you'd use an external, like, thing for writing code. Like, you did use it, but it's a lot set up for test codes? Okay. Are there any benefits for using, like, third-party, like writing outside of it? You can, and most pros use it. That's so funny. So there are. So Zogan says there are a lot of pros or some kind of benefit to using it. Oh, we're all done. Oh, and now we can use player stuff. Okay, boys, we finished it. Wait, how do I get home? Okay, boys, we finished 100% of the Lua Roblox thing. Okay, so I'll tell you what's going to happen next. Next, we're going to find a very tiny, simple game on Roblox to inspire us. And then we're going to try to come up with an idea. You guys can help me try to come up with an idea for what the game will be that we're going to create, okay? So I just need something very simple, and then we'll learn by trying to create it. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I'm going to be right back. I will see you guys in just a little bit. And I'll play my music while I use the bathroom. Okay, boys. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and open up. Should we even check out like a game on Roblox, or should we just hop into making a game? I mean, I feel like there's a couple of different ideas we could have. Wow. I feel like there's different ideas we could get. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What game should we create? Let's go ahead and try figuring out let's try figuring out, maybe we can get some like inspiration, if that makes sense. So if we go down to home, what if we just type in simple? Like, what are some games that... Simple game. Simple place. Simple sword game. Gosh, what do people make in Roblox, bro? I mean, I don't even know what to create now that we went through that whole thing. I don't even know. I don't even know what type of game we want to create, to be completely honest. Super simple obby. We could just make an obstacle course. Why don't we just make an obstacle course? Let's go ahead and accept these guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and open up Roblox Studio. Okay. And we could use a template. We could use a template for laser tag. Oh gosh, dude, I don't know. Let's just open up the laser tag template and see what it is. This is super sick. Okay, if we click play, what is in the game already? There's a pink team and a blue team. It's first person. Wow, look at this. You made a simple horror game as your first game. Dude, I love how this looks. I don't think there's any AI enemies. There's no sprinting. Wow, this is pretty sick though. Some really cool levels design. And there's a timer ticking down from 5 to... Okay, so this is too complicated of a game, right? So a simple horror game. What? Dude, I have no idea what game to create. This is a complicated game. Okay, let's just go ahead and do new. Wait, this is still open? Okay. Zogon, we're trying to figure out what game we should make. How about like an obstacle course? I feel like an obstacle course is a super easy way to start, right? Clicker sim? Oh yeah, so is a clicker sim like cookie clicker? Like cookie clicker or something? Okay. I don't even know where to start. I literally don't know where to start. I'm tempted to use this assistant, bro, but we should try doing this without the assistant. We should try to write every single line of code by ourselves. Start with the UI. Okay, so start a GUI. We're going to make a button. Okay, button. We'll have this be a text button for now. The text button is going to say, Oh, you need a screen GUI? Okay. So we're gonna, let me turn on the AC real quick. It's getting hot as hell. Okay. So you need a screen GUI. So learning all the concepts before creating a game. I think clicker stem would be better because he can expand off of it. I like the idea. Let's do it. Let's do it. And also I'm learning how to do the UI, which is really important, I think. Okay, so we add a screen GUI. And what does this screen GUI do? Under the screen GUI, we add a text button. And inside the text button, that adds coins. Okay, so this is gold. How do I change the gold? Okay, you're saying the assistant is covering. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have a gold button here. Now what do we do here? Yeah, Honk is saying tycoons. Yeah, we'll make a sort of tycoon. So remove the toolbox in terrain editor. Okay. Okay. So, oh, haptic effect. Look at that. Is there like a when clicked property? Clips descent. Is there a click? You have to script that? Damn. Okay, and scale the property and explore a bit. It'd be mouse button click 1. Okay. Make them a bit smaller? What do you mean, like this? So that we have more of this? Okay. Okay, so in the docs show all properties and methods. Okay. Look for scale. Okay. Scale. Text scaled like this? Bro, why am I so itchy right now? What the hell? Type 0.5 might be sized. Text size 14. Okay, well, I like the scaled thing. Okay. Size prop right there. Oh, you're talking about this? Type 0.5. What do you mean, like the whole thing, just 0.5? Like that? Whoa. Okay. Okay. So now this is big. So the size has 4 values. Okay. This scales to half your screen. Okay. Okay, understood. Half my screen. Okay. So those are all offsets. Okay. Okay, so do we got to add a local script on this thing? So now look at the property position. Okay. 0.5. I don't see why we can't just have this like up in the top right corner, top left corner or something. So 0 would be the top left. Top left, yep. Yep. Oh, the second and fourth one are pixels. Okay. So boys, are we gonna go ahead and create a local script for this, or just a normal script? An object that contains and runs Lua code on the server versus an object that contains and runs Lua code on the client player's device instead of the server. I think we should learn scripting instead of messing around with UI. I like this. I want to learn the UI because the UI is what we got tripped up on the last project I started. Okay, so local is only for that player and script is for the whole server. Okay. So otherwise, you got nothing to click. Yeah. Okay. So we want like local script. I'm gonna create a local script. The question is, what do we do with the local script? How do we say like when clicked? Yeah. All code for UI should be on the client. Let's start with better scripting habits. Okay. Game. So move the local script into starter player scripts. Okay. Okay, got it. So script parent mouse button click mouse button 1 click connect function end. So now we have something. Oops. So now this function can be called whenever the function is called. Okay, instead of putting okay, it's better if it's the child of the UI. Okay. So not the child of the button, but the child of the UI. Of the screen GUI, right? Yeah, okay. Sick. Okay. So put it under the button. Okay, under the button. Gold script. Okay. We'll do everything simple. Okay. Instead of overcomplicating everything at the start. Okay. So we have the gold script here. And I want it. Okay, Mark, instead of giving him the code, explain it a bit. Okay. I understand that we've created a function. Right? Yeah, the script is referencing the script in your IN. Oh, referencing the script you're in. Right. Yeah, basically the way Roblox works is that each item has parent, children, and parents. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, dude, I'm just so tempted to ask the assistants, how do I make it? The parent would be the item the object is in. Right, I understand that. Yep. Okay. Yeah, let's use that warn feature. Okay. So, and the button has an event called... Right, the button has an event. Yeah, that's an event right there. Open the function so that after the thing, press enter. Okay. Warn. And the function gets called when the event is fired. So after you went in between. Okay. There are multiple events on Roblox and they all work the same. Okay. They each need to be connected to a function. Control Z for me. Then move one space to the right. Like down here? Okay. Yeah, sorry. The delay on Twitch is pretty crazy. If you go on YouTube, on Tenoshi on YouTube, it's a lot less of a delay. Your code is a bit messed up. That's where your mouse should be. So, oh, you're talking about like after, like over here. The delay is like 2 seconds from Mark. Do you know some Japanese? Hai, hajimemashite, Philippu-san, Tenoshi-san, Tenoshi desu ka? Ohayo gozaimasu. Ami furubechi ketamuru. Yes, good. Press enter. Okay. So now are we putting the warn? Okay. Now use warn. Okay. Now whatever you have inside this will run when the event is called. Okay. Perfect. So we're going to say like button was clicked. Ooh. Okay. You can see the function what has started. Okay. So when we click play, and whenever we click our mouse anywhere, we should see it. Oh, hell yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's literally only when we click this. Okay, so it works. Yeah, it works. Boom. Clicking anywhere else on the screen doesn't have anything, but we do have gold right there. And we're getting a bunch of gold. Okay, beautiful. It's working, boys. It's working, boys. It's working. Okay, I need to add that, like Anakin Skywalker saying it's working at the pod races. I need to add that as a sound effect on the soundboard. Okay, or the middle mouse button. Okay, so there are multiple different events. So we could have, yeah, the middle mouse button, the right mouse. Okay, got it. Yeah, mouse click 1, 2, or 3. Okay, cool. Let's focus on how do we get some gold? How do we have to create a whole system, right? Where the player's going to have like a UI on screen telling it like how much gold, you know, it has. So it's best to make sure your code is indented correctly. So the in should be down here. Okay. Got it. Sweet. That way we can close it like this. Okay, awesome. Sweet. Okay, what are we going to do next here? So let's create some gold. Awesome. Oh, Roblox Studio. No, I do not know how to read that. There's hiragana, katakana, and kanji up in that bitch, and I don't know how to read any of that. I don't know how to read any of that. I'm financially ruined. Oh, I know how to read that. That's A for apple. I don't know how to read that one, though I see the ta. I see the The tsuta, katsuka, katsuka. I don't know how to read the first thing. Natsuka, nakatsuka, natsakuka, nakatsuka. Right? Is that right? Okay. Oh, wakata. Oh, that's a wa? Wow. Okay, so we need to create a server script in the script service. Okay, so script service is right here. And we need to create a, okay, the leaderboard stats is something created in the server. Okay, so we're going to create a server script. And that's just called script, right? Or is that called server script? It's just called script. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, it holds all your server scripts. Okay, so we're going to have a script here. And this is going to be called the stats. How about that? Stats. Stats script. Or should I call it bank? What do you think? Oh, we want to detect when a player's joined. Stats is good. Okay. I like taglining it with script for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Cool. So now that we have stat script, we're going to detect when a player joins, we need to get the player service. Okay, so get game, wait, how do we do this again? Game player. Wait, how do we do this again? Let's create a variable for it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I forgot how to do all this, bro. I didn't retain a single thing from that whole last tutorial thing. So the way a variable works is that you can have a local or global variable. Okay. Okay. Usually you'd want it to be local. Okay. So the way we make it is like so. Okay. So local variable name, local, and what should we name the variable? Bank, gold, variable stores data. It can be anything. Local stats. It would be players, local players. Okay, equals. Okay. Since we want to store it to make it easier. Okay. So local players. We need to get the player service. Okay, so we're going to do like game workspace. Oh, game get service. Okay, game get service. Players. Okay. Yeah. There has to be a colon. Oh, shit. Colon. Okay. Instead of a dot. Okay, understood. That's why it wasn't showing up. Okay. Yeah, since it's a method of game. Okay. Got it. Yeah. That makes sense. Because the dot is like a location inside the workspace. Or something like that. Right. Okay, so now we have players. Okay. All right. So we can call players player added connect function. Okay. So if you remember from last time. We do it like this. Players players added, connect function in. Okay, so players dot player added, but we need to get the player. Connect function and then end. Okay, but we need to get the player. The player added event gives us a player argument. Okay. Oops. Players. Okay. I think I need to have this lowercase so that it's referencing that. So it'd be players dot player added function player. So player end. Okay. What is player referencing though? So connects the given function to an event and returns it. Okay. So yeah, you can see we added it into the parentheses of the function. Player is passed to the function from player added. Okay. Okay, Mark. So now we have the player. And we can reference the player, right? All right, if you remember from the game. Yeah. Sick. Okay. Okay, so we can use leader stats to show values near the leaderboard. Good, ask ChatGPT or watch a video. Trust me, I'm financially ruined. Trust me, I've gone down that route. I've tens of hours, literally over 50 hours of me watching YouTube videos and asking ChatGPT and stuff, and it has literally profited me zero. I have not retained a single thing, bro. I have not retained a single thing. Yeah. Floor says, "Hey guys, I can't sleep." Floor, what's up, dude? Sorry that you can't sleep. But hopefully you can fall asleep soon. Okay, so Mark says leader stats should be in the folder inside player. Inside player? What do you mean? Like I should create something new? Drip Monster, what's up? Xenums, what's up? Have ChatGPT explain this to you. Bro, Mark is cool, bro. Mark is cool, bro. Mark says, I watch your stuff, Derp. That's sick. Dun, 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 dun. Does Derp have like does Derp do like some Roblox stuff? What does Derp Monster do? Does some Roblox stuff? That's sick. I'm done making good videos. Dude, yeah, these look like they took a lot of work, bro. Yeah. That's sick though, dude. That's super sick. Okay. So I'm financially ruined says, if you don't know, Dirt Monster is very big in the Roblox streaming community. That's awesome. In the Roblox studio streaming community. That's awesome. Yeah. Dirt Monster was in the chat yesterday, helping me out with or just kind of hanging out in the game. So that was cool. Okay. So Mark says this guy is brand new to studio, so I'm trying to help him explain the best I can. Yeah, you know, I think it might be a little more efficient to like maybe ask the AI like maybe a couple of things. Rolox 33322 says, I personally hate derp. Bro, why do we have a derp hater in here, bro? Why do we have a derp hater, bro? Hey, Derp, should I ban this Roblox guy? What do you think, Derp? Mark says, yeah, what the fuck, bro? Derp, if you say so, I will ban this Roblox 322. You have the power. You know what? In fact, I'm just gonna mod Derp Monster 83. If you want, Derp, you have full power. I just gave you full moderator privileges. Feel free to ban him if you want, bro. What is going on, dude? All right, hey, we got it. Honestly, what do I do is watch some videos. Yeah. All right, he ain't gonna do shit. Nah, keep him. You can't have a rainbow without a little bit of rain. Nah, hey, hashtag we love Derp. We love Derp, bro. Oh, man. Dude, Roblox is like Emperor Palpatine saying, do it. Kill him. Kill me. Strike me down. But dude, I think Derp has the self-control to not do it. All right, yeah. Floor in the YouTube chat says hashtag we love Derp. Hashtag we love Derp. All right, so what are we gonna do next? Do we just ask the AI? Like, okay, like I'm really tempted. I'm really tempted to just ask the AI to basically do it for us. Like, not do it for us, but how about explain how to do it? Also, is it really benefiting us to learn how to do a wait, why is this not working anymore? Oh, because we had to play it. Learning from GPT can be bad. Yeah, no, I tried it, bro. I tried it so hard and it wasn't working. Okay, let's just ask the assistant. Okay, I'm trying to make the gold script in the gold button add gold to our bank, but we don't have a bank set up. Never use it. The Roblox assistant is worse than GPT. Is that right, dude? It's done a lot for me, bro. Let's see if we can get it working. I've added stats script in server script service, so we can reference the player, but I need to get the whole bank system thing set up so we can make this clicker work. Can you do it? Let's just see what it does. Because it'll I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but it literally takes over. Yeah, we're vibe coding now. Oh, man. Making the AI do it for us. Exactly. Bro. Look at it. Look at it go. Okay, maybe we can actually learn from this. Maybe we can learn from this. So it's doing. Okay, what is it doing? So it copied local players, game get service players. Okay. And then it's doing a local function setup leader stats. So setup leader stat. Okay, we're going to be reading this line by line so that we're not working. Hey Tenoshi, I dare you to make some soup and pasta for lunch and dinner and put a community post proving you did it. Bro, I don't know how to make soup and pasta. No, I probably do know how to make it, but that's too much work. Okay, local function setup leaderboard stat. Okay. So local function setup leaderboard stats. Create a folder named. Okay, and this is just like a message to us. Create a folder named leaderboard stats. Local leader stats equals new instance dot an instance.new folder. Leaderboard stats dot name is leaderboard stat, or sorry, leader stats. That's the name. The parent is player. So the player will have a child called leader stats, right? Is that correct? And then it went ahead and subtracted the players.player added thing because I think it sets it up down here. But okay, so it created an integer value named gold. So local gold is instance new integer value. Gold name is gold. Gold value is 0, starting gold amount. Gold parent is leader stats. So the gold is a child of leader stats. And that's the code. No, I'm gonna, okay, I guess I can accept it. But, yeah. Okay, so, for, what's this for? What's this right here? This is a for loop? For player in players, get players, do. So this sets up leader stats for players already in the game. So is that a for loop? Yeah, okay, it is. And then check if leader stats already exist to prevent errors on script reload. If not, player find first child leader stats, then set up leader stats player end. Okay, so what do you guys think about that? Yeah. Oh, Floor's having trouble sleeping over there. Okay, this is why it's important to learn the basics first. So what are we setting up right here? So the for loop, player in players, get players, do. What does that even mean, bro? What does that mean? Oh, it's okay, so that's meaning it's telling it to do something. If not, player find first child leader stats, then set up leader stats player. Gosh, dude. Okay, let's try it. Do we even have like a UI to tell us how much gold we have though? Oh, it's not updating over here. Okay, so what have we got to fix? What have we got to fix? Do we have to make it earn gold here? Okay, so Okay. I think I can do this. So, add, but this script is on the client. Do we not want the client? Do we not want the client? And the gold is on the server? Bro. Wait, so what do we do? Okay, so now we need the gold script to give 1 gold whenever the button gold is clicked. Let's see what it says. So we have to communicate with the server to add gold when we click. Okay. Yeah. Could really use D energy drink right now. Floor, that's called alcohol, but I don't suggest using alcohol to go to sleep. I would just close your eyes, put on an audiobook, and just fall asleep. Just fall asleep, Floor. Okay, so gold. Okay, so what we're subtracting is everything we've done, and what we're adding is local players. Sorry, local players is game get service players. What does that mean? The almighty AI says. Local player is players.local player. Local button is script parent. The staircase of end. Yeah, there is a staircase, isn't it? Button mouse button 1 click connect function. If local player, then local leader stats is local player find first child, the leader stats. If leader stats, then local gold is leader stats find first child. If gold and gold is a integer value, then gold value is the gold value of gold value plus 1. So it's whatever it was plus 1. Warn gold added current gold value. Okay, I recognize these. Yeah, and this would not you don't think it would most of it's useless what it wrote? Let's try it. It'll only show on the client but not the server. Alright, so it definitely shows on the client. That's right. Okay, we're getting gold. We're getting lots of money. Okay. Yeah, gold isn't actually there. Okay, so how do we make sure this is replicated to the server side? Why am I vibe coding this? I'd rather be vibe coding a game I actually want to make, you know? should we switch? Should we switch over? I kind of hate this game. All right, so what did it just edit? Yeah, it's not really learning. Yeah, I'm not really learning, am I? No, I'm truly not like, yeah, very useless. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're getting nowhere here. You're right. Okay. Let's go ahead and open up Roblox Studio. Oops. That's not what I want to look up. Oops. Okay. Roblox Studio. Okay. How do we make progress? Really what we should be doing is learning the basics of Lua. Okay. Instead of making a game per se. So what do you think? Learning the basics of Lua. Try making a game. To make a game, you gotta know Lua basics. Then you start to learn the API. What's the API again? Okay, which is all the events and functions Roblox has, like mouse button 1. Okay. All that shit. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay. Yo. Let's make a super simple platformer in Roblox with using the basics of Lua. I want you to teach me literally all the basics of Lua via making an obby or whatever those Gen Alpha kids call it. Okay. You personally learned from some random YouTube videos? Yeah, I mean, maybe I should just look up a random YouTube tutorial that tells us, but yeah. Floor says, I'm gonna go watch some of my childhood favorite cartoons, see if that helps. If I don't come back, it worked. All right. Sweet, Floor. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great night's sleep, Floor. All right. So we'll start. Build a platform. A lava trap. Okay. So let's start by setting up the physical obby. Yeah. Which dooms most people who try to learn. I know, dude. Does the AI doom us? Okay. So should I just learn from a YouTube tutorial instead? Okay. What's the best AI for making Roblox games? That's funny. Roblox super basic game, Roblox Studio, Lua basic. Roblox scripting tutorial.
Young little Noober doesn't know anything about game development, but wants to make his favorite games on the Roblox platform. He reads up on the Roblox documentation to learn how to make a game until he hits a roadblock trying to figure out what the heck a script is and how a game comes together. And as a result of that, he quits on day 1 and probably doesn't have a computer anymore after destroying it out of frustration, and now he can't pursue making the games he's always wanted to make. Oh, Noober, becoming a Roblox game developer doesn't happen overnight. You'll especially have to put in the time, put in the effort, and face the struggles head on when you don't understand a concept, especially in the world of scripting and programming. In the beginning, it can be very difficult and demotivating to continuously learn how to become a better Roblox scripter when you keep getting faced with error messages and unintended effects in your game. It's a real struggle most beginners face when learning how to script on Roblox, which is why I want to make this playlist to help you reach your goals of making the games that you want to create on Roblox. My name is Braldev, and I will be teaching you everything you need to know to become a great Roblox scripter. I've been scripting on Roblox for about 7 to 8 years, and during this time, I've made countless projects that just weren't successful. But one thing that kept me going throughout all these years was the desire to learn more and actually have an interest in the things I was learning. Even if I faced challenges when learning new things, especially during times when I was demotivated. And I hope you can adopt this secret strategy to go through this journey of becoming a Roblox game developer. As of recording this video, I have 2 playlists ready for you to watch once you finish this beginner's guide. The advanced scripting tutorial guide and the GUI tutorial guide. It's quite a scary journey to go through all these episodes considering how many there are now, but like I mentioned, becoming a Roblox game developer isn't easy. And so I would like to make the journey easier for you by having everything you need to know in these playlists, ranging from the very basics to the advanced concepts, and accelerate you to become a pro Roblox scripter and game developer in 2024. And with that being said, let's now go ahead and start making games on Roblox. Alright, so what you see here is the homepage of this software called Roblox Studio. Now this is the software we're going to be using to create our Roblox games so that we can upload them to the Roblox website and so players can actually play your game that's uploaded to Roblox. I'll leave a link to this in the description if you want to download Roblox Studio so that you can log in with your account and then you can be greeted with this same exact home screen just like you're seeing in this video. Now before we do anything, I encourage you to basically follow exactly what I do step by step so that you can kind of get a feel for how to use Roblox Studio and you're experiencing what I'm teaching you while you follow through with these videos, because just watching me go through these tutorial videos isn't going to be enough to help you learn. So that's why I encourage you to literally do exactly what I do as you watch these videos, to follow along and learn from doing it yourself as well. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, once we are here inside of this home screen, Roblox has a bunch of templates that we can choose from as a starter place to start making our Roblox games. For the purpose of this tutorial guide, we're going to use this base plate template right here.
Visual learning always helps you.
What's going to happen is
I bet it'll help me too.
This template that we just selected, and now we are thrown into this world that we can now mess around with to create our Roblox game and upload it onto the platform. Now, there are a couple of things here that I want to introduce to you so that you get a feel for how Roblox Studio works, because that's our goal for this first episode. It's to familiarize ourselves with using Roblox Studio and some of the things that they have to offer. And the first thing I want to show you is being able to navigate around this 3D world that you see right here that represents our Roblox game. So I want you to imagine you're playing Roblox on PC. The controls you'd probably use are W, A, S, and D for the keys, and also the mouse as well. So it kind of works the same way here as well. So if we hold W, that's going to move our camera forward. If we hold S, that's going to move our camera backwards. If we hold A, that's going to go left, and then D, that's going to go right. And if we want to move the camera specifically, then what we can do is hold the right mouse button and then drag our mouse around the world so that we can change our camera to face a certain direction. And we can combine these movements together so that we're able to move around Studio as we so desire to. Some other things we can do is hold Q to make our camera go down, and then hold E to make our camera go up, and we can even use the scrolling wheel to scroll outward and also scroll inward as well. So these are some basic movement controls that I will introduce to you for this episode, and maybe go through some more later down the line, but that's like the basics of being able to move around inside of Roblox Studio. So now there are some windows that I want to show you that are going to be very important for the entirety of this tutorial guide. The first one is this Roblox Studio ribbon up here that basically shows all of the resources and services that they have provided to us so that we can use them for our Roblox game. So right now we're in the home category, so if we select a different tab like model, then it's going to show us a bunch of different things here that we can use. And if we go to avatar, it's going to show us some different stuff. Test, view, plugins, and all these other sorts of things that are going to be very helpful for us. Now, another window that's extremely important to understand is what's called the Explorer, as you can see right here on the right side. You can see that there's all of these different folders inside of here with different names, and I'm going to try and give a brief explanation as to what this all means. Well, to basically summarize what the Explorer is, it's basically a directory full of folders that have its own specific purposes where you combine all of them together to make up one Roblox game. So every single Roblox game you can think of basically has this structure right here with all of these different folders with different purposes that you will need to learn how to use as a Roblox game developer. So one of the ones, as an example, is called Workspace. Workspace is what basically shows us the entire 3D world, and this is how we're able to render things inside of this game screen. It's when we put objects inside of this workspace folder. Now, if we were to open up this workspace folder, so if we click on this arrow that's to the left of it, then we can see that there's actually stuff contained within this workspace folder.
Yeah.
So we have the camera, terrain, spawn location, base plate, and things like that. And if we open these up, we can see that there's other stuff in here contained within the thing that's within the workspace. So you can kind of see that there's this hierarchy structure going on with this workspace. And it's very important to understand the structure when you're working with finding stuff within your game. And so it's a really good practice to understand how this structure works.
Yeah.
Now, if I were to select one of these objects, like let's say the workspace, we can see that down here, it showed a bunch of things in this other window called properties. Now, this is the next window that is going to be extremely important to understand. So basically what this window does is it shows all of the properties, the attributes, the settings or configurations, whatever you want to describe it as, for the object that we selected. So what we selected is this workspace object, and there's all these properties here that are associated with that object that we can actually change ourselves. And if we select a different object, like let's say the spawn location, it's going to show different properties. Kind of a cool thing to know about when it comes to understanding the properties window and also the explorer window and how both of them work together to basically have stuff inside of our workspace. And now the next thing I want to demonstrate is being able to add parts inside of the games. And this is what's called, and we can do this now once again to assess over here way to show whatever save to file as, and it's going to show up our file directory right here, and you could just pick wherever you want.
I think we're ready for episode 2.
Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about printing. So in the last episode, we covered the basics of navigating around Roblox Studio and what Roblox Studio has to offer for us that's going to be important for this entire tutorial guide. So for things like moving around inside of Roblox Studio, also showing you the services that Roblox has to offer for us, the Explorer panel, and also the Properties panel that we're going to be using throughout this entire tutorial guide. Now that we have that understanding, for the rest of this tutorial guide, I'm going to be introducing to you concepts relating to scripting. Now, to basically explain what scripting is, it's an aspect of game development that allows you to add functionality to your games that you're creating on Roblox. So the other aspects of game development are things like building, like we just did right here. Maybe even things like modeling and also UI designing and all of these other sorts of things. Scripting is a component of game development that allows you to add functionality to your game. An example I can think of this is this spawn location right here. So making the spawn location itself requires building, but actually making it functional requires scripting. So if my character were to join into the game, then we need to tell Roblox that we need to spawn on this spawn location. And if our character dies, then we need to respawn back onto this spawn location. That is what adds functionality to the spawn location rather than it just being some random part inside of the game. So that requires scripting to be able to essentially tell Roblox that we want this spawn location to function the way it is because of it. And we add functionality through scripts. Now, to explain what a script is, it's basically a document or a piece of paper that has a list of instructions or commands that basically tells Roblox to execute these commands when we join into the game or when a specific thing happens inside of the game. And so when we write these scripts, it's very important for us to write it in a very specific way so that Roblox can read these commands and they can interpret it so that they can understand it, finally execute them inside of our game. Because this is one of the biggest things new developers get confused with, and that is being able to get the syntax down, like understanding the rules and guidelines when it comes to writing these commands, because they fall under a programming language called Lua or Lua U for Roblox. And so when we understand this language, then we're able to write commands effectively and tell Roblox to execute certain commands within our scripts. So let's actually create our first script, and we're going to be adding this inside of the Explorer. And there's two places that are popular for scripts. The first one is the workspace, and the second one is the server script service. But for this episode, we're going to add a script inside of workspace. And there's a couple of ways you can add objects inside of a folder.
Okay.
One way is to hit this plus sign that's next to workspace. So I'm going to click on this, and there should be a list full of all of these objects that we can put inside of this folder. So what I'm going to do is say script inside of the search bar, and there's 3 scripts, but for the sake of this tutorial, we're just going to be using the normal script. So I'm just going to click on this, and now we have inserted a script inside of our workspace. And you might have also noticed that our screen has changed to be inside of this script editor. And we can revert back to the game if we want to by hitting down this tab right here. So we are now back into the normal game. And if we want to go back into the script, then we just simply click on the script so that we can pull up the script editor again. And when we open up the script for the first time, Roblox is going to add a default command here that simply just says print hello world. Now, it might be a little hard to read for you, so what I want you to do is hit Control and then move the mouse scroll wheel inward so that you can zoom in. But I'm already zoomed in pretty well, so if you need to do that, then you can do that very quickly. So for this first scripting episode, what I'm going to show you how to do is write these print statements. Now, what is a print statement? A print statement is basically a command that allows us to write a message to an output window so that we can see it when we run the game. Now, in order to know where this output window is, what we need to do is go back into the game, hit on the view tab, and we're going to click on this button that says output. So if we click on this, then we can see this window down here that shows our print statements and also our logs as well. That's the whole point of the output window. It's so that we can see whatever we put inside of here show up down here when we join into the game. So if we go into the game, we can actually test this out for ourselves. The way we do that is by hitting on this test tab up here, and then we click on this button that says play. So if we click on this, then what's going to happen is, first of all, our character actually loads into the game, and we can play this game normally as if this was a Roblox game. But also down here, we can see in the output, it says hello world,
from
which was our message.
script 1.
And we can actually click on the script that executed this command, and it's going to show us the script and also the line of where our print message executed. So this print statement is basically a print command that tells Roblox that we want to print this message down here inside of this output so that we can see it for ourselves. And we can write our own print statements as well, rather than having Roblox's default print message right over here. So what we can do is hold here. Now, very right stuff, understand, what we're going to do is type the open parentheses. So we're going to press Shift 9, and then we're also going to put in the double quotations. So we're going to say Shift apostrophe, and so now we can write whatever message we want inside of these quotations. So we can say something as simple as hello, just like this, with an exclamation mark. And there we go. This is our very first print statement that we have going on right over here. We can test this by going into the game and hitting play. So as we can see in the output, it indeed printed our message with hello. Now, I forgot to mention really quickly that when we're playing the game inside of Roblox Studio, like we hit play, in order for us to stop playtesting, we go up here and then just simply hit the stop button. I forgot to mention this because I do it out of instinct, so I apologize about that. So what we're going to do is hit stop, and now we are back into Roblox Studio. So now let's go back to our script, and we can actually add more print statements on top of this print statement. So what we're going to do is drop a line by hitting enter. And as you can see, we are now on line number 2. So we can write our print statement just like we did the first time by saying print, open parentheses, and then we're going to say double quotations. And we can continue what we were saying before by saying, how are you doing? Question mark, just like this. So now we have 2 print statements. If we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is 2 of our print statements instead of just 1. So it's going to the script and hit enter. exclamation mark. So now more print. You have the power output. It's going to display the 3 print messages that we just created. Now,
Okay.
you don't have to worry about the syntax for right now. That's going to be explained in a future episode. That you get the feel for knowing how to me. For to just continue down here by writing another print statement, or if you want, you can delete all of these print statements and write your own story or whatever it is you want to create. So you can just delete the entire thing and then you can start back from square one if you want to. It's really up to you with what you want to do. Now, after you do this, what I encourage you to do is take your print statements, go down to the comment section of this video, and then paste it so that other viewers can see your poem or your message or whatever it is that you're comfortable sharing
what a
to
genius
everybody
way
else.
to have
Because I
people
just
comment.
think it would be very fun to see what everybody's doing for these challenges.
That's
so go ahead and do that
so
once
genius.
you finish with this learning objective. And one more thing before we end off this video. If you
So
get stuck
smart.
at any point throughout this tutorial guide,
friggin'
I have
smart.
a Discord server which you can go into to ask questions.
Sweet.
Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide.
Okay.
My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about data types. So in the last episode, we were able to create a script for the first time and also add some stuff inside of our script inside of this script editor. But now that we've gotten that taken care of, I want to introduce to you a very fundamental concept in scripting that is basically going to be part of our scripting arsenal, I guess if you want to call it, that we're going to be using throughout the entirety of this tutorial guide, and that is what's called data types. So I want you to imagine this. If we were to, let's say, change some properties inside of one of these parts that I created in the first episode, so I'm going to select this part right here.
Okay.
If we go on the right side, we can see it's highlighted in the Explorer, and it's also showing the properties for this part in the properties window. When we're looking at these properties that are on the left side here, these are the names of the properties that we can modify. And what's shown on the right side is the value of these properties. So when we're working with changing these values, there can be different data types depending on what the property is. So for example, this brick color takes in a color value. So if I select this, and if I were to change the color of this to something different, we're essentially changing the brick color value or the brick color data type for this property. And there's other data types here like cast shadow that has a check mark that shows whether this property is turned on or if this property is turned off. If I click on it, then it's going to be turned off. And there's other ones like transparency, which is a number data type. So if I were to select this, then we can use the slider to basically move this value from 0 to 1 as the max for this property. And if we were to make it go backwards this way, then it's going to make it go back to 0. So as you saw with this transparency property, it slowly makes it more and more invisible as we make it go further down the line. But if we make it go back down here to 0, then we can see this part fully opaque. So now that we understand that, these properties can have multitudes of different data types that we can use when we're changing properties. But not only that, it also applies to our scripts that we're going to be writing inside of Roblox Studio to use different data types. And if every single property was restricted to just one data type, then we simply just wouldn't have a game, because if every single one of these properties were the same data type, then it would give us a lot of restrictions to what we can change and what we cannot change, which is why it's important to understand these different data types and when to use certain data types. So now that we understand that, let's go back to our scripts that we created in the last episode. So what I'm going to do is go to the Explorer and then double click on our script. So now that we're here inside of the script, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines by hitting enter twice. And now I'm going to introduce to you 3 basic data types that we're going to have to know for the rest of this tutorial guide. And the first one is called a Boolean value. So now that we're here inside of the script, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines. So I'm going to hit the enter key twice, and I'm going to make another print statement. So I'm going to write in all lowercase, print, just like this, and then have the open parentheses right over here. Now, I'm not going to add in the double quotations just yet, and I'm going to tell you why a little bit later. So right now, we just have the open parentheses. And what we're going to put inside of here is the first data type that I want you to understand, and that is a Boolean. Now, a Boolean is basically a data type that gives one value or the other. So with this data type, there's only 2 possible values that can come out of this data type, which is either true or either false. And one really big example I can give you for this is a check mark when we're manipulating, when we're
check
changing
mark.
a property of a specific part. So if I were to select this, and we have the property
Boolean.
known as cast shadow.
Yep.
This is a check mark that can either only be one or two values. It
Yep.
can either be turned on, like it can be true, but if we select it, then it can be false or it's off. So that's essentially
Right.
what the Boolean data type is, and we can show this by typing in all lowercase true.
True.
And we can see that Roblox highlighted this in yellow to indicate that this is a Boolean value. And we can do the same thing with the other value. So if we drop a line and then write print open
false.
parentheses, and we write false, then these are Boolean values.
Okay.
So it can either be true or it can either be false. And this is going to be very important later down the line when we're going to be using Boolean values inside of our scripts. So that's the first data type. But the next one I'm going to introduce to you is a number. So I'm going to drop 2 lines down here, write another print statement, have the open parentheses, and I don't think I need to explain what a number is. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. But in terms of the size of the number we can use, it kind of is limitless. Unless your Roblox game literally does crash because of how big these numbers can get, you can basically put down a number that's super small, or you can put down a number that's super big. So in this example, what I'm going to do is put down a number of, let's say, 100, just like this. Then as you can see, this number is yellow, but it's not in bold. So that's how you know that this is a number. Now, what I can do is drop another line, make another print statement with the open parentheses, and we can have a negative value as well, indicated by a dash symbol before we add a number to it. So if we add 100, then this is negative 100, while this is positive 100.
Right.
And both of these are whole numbers. Another thing we can do is have decimal numbers. So if I were to drop a line down here, make another print statement, then what we can put down here is a decimal number indicated by a dot or a period. So what I'm going to say is 100 dot, and then some other number after this, like 50. It's going to be 100.50, which is going to be our decimal number. And so these are some of the ways we can create numbers inside of our scripts that's going to be very important later down the line. And finally, I'm going to introduce to you the last data type. So I'm going to write a print statement down here. So I'm going to say in all lowercase, print, and then inside of here, I'm going to show you what the last data type is. And that's called a string. Now, we've actually worked with strings in the past, conveniently in the last episode. It's indicated by this up here in double quotations. Now, a string is basically it's a list of characters or words or sentences or however you want to describe it, all contained inside of one data type, which has 2 quotations. So it's going to have one at the beginning and then one at the end. So this basically shows us that this is a string that comprises of a sentence full of characters and words and all these other sorts of things. So we can create another string down here by having double quotations like this, and then we can write down whatever it is we want inside of these strings. So we can say this is a string, just like this. Now what's interesting about strings is that we can actually represent strings with either double quotations, or we can even have single quotations as well, and they will both be the string data type. So if I were to drop a line down here, make a print statement, open and close parentheses, we can actually put in single quotations just like this, and we can write the same thing. This is a string, period. So this is the string data type right here that we've actually used in the last episode. We just didn't confirm that this is a string data type now that I was able to introduce to you what data types are inside of this episode. So that's the basics of understanding data types, and this is going to be very helpful for us later down the line as we continue to build up our skills in scripting. So for today's learning objective, what I want you to do is experiment more with these data types by either printing more true statements or printing false statements, or even printing more numbers.
Which is what I need.
Experiment with these numbers because there's a lot you can do with numbers. There's only so many numbers you can print. And I also want you to experiment more with strings if you haven't already, and even with single quotations as well. So once you do that, go down to the comments and paste whatever you feel comfortable sharing so that other people can see what you've been doing in these learning objective challenges. So with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.
Is it possible to make that
Take
jump?
care.
Oh, hell
Welcome
yeah,
back
it
to my
is.
Roblox beginner
Alright.
scripting tutorial series. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about data types. So again, this is the next coding fundamental concept that we need to know for scripting to become a better scripter. Now what we're going to do for this...
Wait, before we start this next one, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, let's learn this thing. Let's do it.
This episode is actually create a new script so that we can organize our scripts when we go further down the line with this tutorial guide. Because if we were to go back to the scripts that we've been making throughout this tutorial, it can get very lengthy very fast if we used the
It's all still very, very, very basic.
same scripts
Mark.
throughout the
Still
entire
very,
tutorial
very, very
guide.
basic.
So what I'm actually going to do is go back to our game, and I'm going to go to the right side of the workspace, and I'm going to go down to this property here that says enabled. So
Okay.
I'm actually going to uncheck this property so that when the game runs, so if I hit play, then whatever we
script is
put
not
inside of the
enabled.
script isn't going to run in the output because it's
Right.
now
Oops.
disabled, so the script isn't going to fire
You-
when we join into the game. And so that is a property that you might find to be useful if you were to have scripts that you don't want to execute when the game runs inside of Studio or just in the game in general. So now what I'm going to do is hit stop, and now we want to create a new script for this episode. And to make this more organized, what I'm going to do is actually rename the script on the right side here. So I'm going to right click on the script, and I'm going to hit this button that says rename, and it's going to highlight the name right here. So what we can do is basically just delete this, and we can insert a new name here. So I'm going to rename this to printing data types, just like this, and I'm going to hit enter. It doesn't matter what you call it, but I'm just going to call it printing data types. And so now we can create a new script. So I'm going to click on the plus sign next to workspace, and I'm going to search up script just like this, and I'm going to insert a regular script just like this.
Okay.
So I'm also going to click on the script, right click it, and I'm going to rename this one to the name of this episode, which is going to be variables. So now that we have that taken care of, I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit so you can see it better. And I'm also going to X out of our previous script inside of the script editor like this. And now we should be at the normal game and also have the variables tab right up here. So now that we have this taken care of, let me introduce to you what a variable is. So a variable is basically a reference to another value.
Okay.
Now that's the simplest explanation I can give. So when we have a name that references a value, then we can use that name that we created that basically acts as the value that we're referencing with the name that we created. Now, it may seem kind of confusing to you at first, but I want to write this inside of our script so that I can help you understand this concept better. So what I'm going to do is select this print statement, and I'm going to delete it since we don't need it. Now, what I want you to do is copy exactly what I typed because it may be confusing to you at first. So what I want you to do in all lowercase is type in local, and then what we're going to put here is a random variable name, and it doesn't matter what we call this variable name. So I'm just going to say my variable like this, and I'm going to put in an equal sign, and I'm going to set this equal to a random data type value that we worked with in the last episode. So I'm just going to say that this is 100. Now, looking at this, you might be confused, like what does this all mean? Well, to basically understand what is happening here, we don't need to worry about what this local variable is right now. I'm going to explain this in a future episode. But basically what we have going on here is 3 components that make up this variable.
Okay.
So what's going on over here is this is a name that I came up with, and this variable name can be whatever name we want the variable to be. As long as we can reference it later inside of the script, then it doesn't matter what we call this. And then we have an equal sign here that basically says that we've now created a new variable that is set equal to whatever value is on the right side here, which is going to be 100. So what's interesting about this is if we drop a line down here and we make a print statement, so we write down print and then have the open parentheses, and we put down our new variable name that we created. So we say my variable like this,
it will print the number.
You might expect in the output to print my variable or something similar to that. But no, you might actually be surprised.
Yeah, variables is a big one, Mark.
Hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is actually the number 100. So if I click on this and refer back to our script that we created, it's printing out my variable. But why did it print 100? It printed 100 because my variable is simply a reference to the number 100 as we specified here when we created this variable. And so this is what I'm talking about when we're having a variable refer to a different data type value like this. And this is really powerful to know. And it's going to be one of the most important concepts to understand when we do create variables that reference other values. Now, why do we need to know this? Well, if we were to hit stop so that we're out of playtest mode, and if I were to go back into the script, I want you to imagine that we have a scenario that if I were to make a print statement like this and then print 5, drop a line down here, and if I were to print 5 again just like this and drop a line, and if I were to print 5 once again just like this, then it's going to be kind of repetitive. And what if we want to change all of these values? Then we have to go back and change the value for each single one of these numbers. But instead, what if we had an easier way to do this? And that would simply just be replacing this data type with a variable that is referencing a value. So all we need to do is change this value, and it's going to change everything else that is going to be inside of this print statement that uses the variable that we just created. So if I were to basically copy this code right here, so if I were to select this and then right click, hit copy, and then if I were to drop a line down here and I were to right click on this and then hit paste, then it's going to paste the same line that we just had that we copied. And I'm going to do the same thing down here by hitting enter and then hitting paste just like this. So I'm also going to delete these lines right here so that it's not going to get in the way of our script.
Okay, don't try taking too much information at once. If you do, you'll just wind up forgetting things. Okay.
So
I'll try to keep that at heart.
Like I'll try to the game, hit play.
Remember that.
Then what we should see in the output is
3 of
100
those, right?
being printed 3 different times because it's using the same variable that's referencing this data type of 100. If we hit stop and we go back into our script and then change this one value to, let's say, 50, then we go back into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is 50 being printed every single time. We only had to change this one value to affect all 3 of these print statements rather than having to change each individual print statement to change that one value. So usually what I do is what's called camel case. And so I would basically have the first letter of the first word be in lowercase, and then have the first letter of every other word be in uppercase, while the rest of it is just in lowercase. So if I were to extend this even further, I could say my variable is 50.
Thank you, Mark.
This.
Yeah.
This is
I'm
how
trying to do that. I'm trying to make different numbers so that like I'm actually like retaining some sort of information or something. Yeah, you like Pascal case, but camel case is good too.
Now, as you can see down here, these print statements are throwing an error saying unknown global my variable. And that's because we no longer have a variable that we created called my variable is 50. So what we need to do is update these variables to say my variable is 50. And as you can see, Roblox is recommending us to use this variable right here. So if we want to complete this, rather than type the whole thing out, we can just type in tab, and Roblox is going to add this in for us. And we can do the same thing here as well. So if we select this and say is 50, then we can just hit tab and Roblox is going to correct it for us. So is 50, and then just like that, we have our variable taken care of. So if we hit play, then we can still see that the output is printing the value 50 after referencing our variable.
Tab or enter both
my
works.
Variable is 50. So that's the basics of using variables inside
yeah,
of
it does,
scripts. What I want you to do for today's learning objective is to create more variables and set them equal to different data types.
So the learning objective is just create more variables. So mark the Mackie. Pascal case is better than wait, can I create another variable? Shitty case is equal to camel case. Wait, can I create a reference to wait, how would I reference that? Can I reference a variable inside of oh yeah, it's this, right? Wait, isn't it like a dot dot? It's like a dot dot and then shitty. Wait, how would I do that? Scope? Wait, how would I the variable has to be above? Oh, it literally does. I did not know that affects it. Okay. So line by line since it's local. Okay, so wait, but do I need to put that inside of No. Wait, since it's a variable, just have it like this. Let's see if it says Pascal case is better than camel case. Let's see if it works. Okay. Oh, wait, okay. Okay. Print mark the Mackie. Okay. Pascal is better than camel case. Dude, it worked. Yo, hey, we learned it, bro. Yeah. We learned it. Can I zoom in on this too? Oh, hell yeah. I love zooming in on this. Okay, so it says Pascal is better than camel case. Oh, yeah, awesome. I feel like I learned this, dude. Yeah, string concatenation. Dude, sick, bro. It works. Hey, yo, I feel like I actually really learned something right there. That's sick. Hell yeah, bro. Concatenation. Dude, I feel like we made progress right there.
So it doesn't have to just be numbers. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide.
Hell yeah.
Dev, and in this episode
we're making progress
about properties. So as a reminder, within the past few episodes, we've been able to change properties of objects within the game with this properties window right here on the right side.
Wait, what the?
So if we were to select one of these parts that we have over here, let's say this one, then it's going to be highlighted on the workspace, and it's also going to show the properties window down here that's going to show all the properties, configurations, and attributes that we can change for this part so that the changes are reflected inside of the game so we can see it for ourselves. For example, if we change the brick color, so if I select this and I pick a random color from this color wheel right here, let's say yellow, then it's going to reflect those changes onto the game, and it's also going to change the value of this.
Wait, okay, I've already lost on this.
Within the past few episodes, we've been able to change properties of objects within the game with this properties window right here on the right side. So if we were to select one of these parts that we have over here, let's say this one, then it's going to be highlighted on the workspace, and it's also going to show the properties window down here that's going to show all of the properties, configurations, and attributes that we can change for this part, so that the changes are reflected inside of the game so we can see it for ourselves. For example, if we change the brick color, so if I select this and I pick a random color from this color wheel right here, let's say yellow, then it's going to reflect those changes onto the game, and it's also going to change the value of this property inside of the properties window. So this is something we can do while we are in Studio using this properties panel. But what if I told you we can actually change these properties inside of a script while the game is running? So when we're changing these properties, we can only do them while we are inside of Studio before the game is actually running. But if we're doing this inside of a script, we can change these properties whenever we want to while the game is running. So that's the power of being able to use scripts to change properties within them while the game is running.
Okay.
So now that we understand that, well, actually, first of all, what I'm going to do is undo this change for the brick color that I did, and I'm just going to hit Control Z. So that's basically going to undo my last previous change, and this is a shortcut I use a lot. If you also prefer to, you can go on the top left and click these arrows that redoes your action and also undoes your action. So that's just a little quick thing I wanted to add there before we
action pack scripting now.
So now
Hell yeah,
let's
Mark.
add our own script. What we're going to do is go on the right side, and we're going to click on our variables scripts that we created in the last episode, and we're going to hit disable, or we're going to uncheck the enabled property. And what we're going to do is click the plus sign next to workspace, and we're going to search up a script, and let's insert another script. Let's also rename the script. So I'm going to select this, right click, and hit rename to properties, and then hit enter.
Properties.
Okay, so now that we have that, just like scroll in if you want to view it more clearly, and I'm just going to select everything that's inside of here and then hit backspace. So here's the first thing we need to do. We need to be able to locate a specific object within the game that we want to change its property for. This can be inside of the workspace, but it can also be inside of any of these other places within the game. But just for simplicity's sake, what we're going to be doing is essentially locating this huge part, this huge gray part that's called the base plate inside of the workspace. And we're going to change the properties of this base plate within our script. So what we need to do is actually locate this base plate within our script before we can change the properties of this base plate. And here's how we're going to do it. So I remember how I showed you how this game is basically structured in this sort of hierarchy, where we basically start with the game, and then these folders all make up one game, and then we find whatever is contained within each folder to then locate the objects that we're looking for. So the way we do this is, if we go back to our script, we first need to specify the game's data model that basically makes up the entire game itself. So in all lowercase, what we're going to do is type game, and it's going to be highlighted in blue to let you know that this is the game data model. And the way we traverse or like go through this hierarchy is by separating each object with a period or a dot. And then what we're going to search up after this is the folder that we're looking for. So we're going to say workspace like this. And then if we want to locate even further, what we're going to do is put in a period. And then we're going to look for our base plate, which is inside of the workspace. So we're going to say base plate just like this. So this is how we locate objects within the game. We specify the game data model, and then we traverse through each object with a period so that we find the object that we're looking for. And then what we're going to do is get a property of base plate that we want to change. So if we were to go back into the game and select the base plate that's inside of the Explorer, we can now select a property that we want to change inside of this base plate. So for instance, let's say we want to change the transparency. What we're going to do is go back to our script, and we're going to
Why do I not
add
see
another
transparency
period,
here?
and we're going to say
it's because I don't have it selected.
transparency like this. And if we want to set this to something different, we're going to say equals, and then whatever value we want to have on the right side. So what we're going to put down here is probably a value that's not 0, so we can actually see.
So like 0.6.
Let's put it at 1. And this is basically how we change a property of an object within the game. So now if we go into the game, hit test and hit play, then what we should see within the game as soon as we join in is the base plate's transparency is now 1. So it looks very clear compared to if we were to go back into studio, because as soon as we joined into the game, this script fired and it made the changes like we wanted to see within this base plate. So if we hit stop, then what's going to happen is we're just going to see that the base plate is back to normal again, because this change only happens if the game is running. So that is basically how we change one property of the base plate. We can change another one by doing the exact same thing we did before. So if we drop a line and then locate the base plate, so we can say game.workspace.baseplate. And if we wanted to change the material instead, let's say, what we can do is say dot material equals, and then we can and there's a lot of materials we can choose from. If we basically go to this drop down that's over here on the right side, and we hit the drop down, then there's a lot of materials we can choose from. We can select any of these materials we want.
Rubber.
So let's say we wanted to use brick. What we would do is in double quotations, since these are strings,
double rotation,
or at least we can use strings to change this material.
Okay.
I'm just going to put in double quotations.
And we're going to
say brick, just like this.
Okay.
And we're also going to change the transparency to something different so that we can actually see the base plate's material. We're just going to set this equal to 0.25, so it's very easily noticeable, but not completely opaque.
Okay.
So if we go into the game and hit play, then we should see our new changes inside of the base plate. And as you can see, it now has a brick material, and it's
the rubber
it
not
has
very
a transparency
noticeable?
of 0.25, so it's only a fourth of its transparency. Noticeable, but not completely opaque. So if we go into the game and hit play, then we should see our new changes inside of the base plate. And as you can see, it now has a brick material.
The brick is a lot more noticeable.
It's it has a transparency of 0.25.
Look at this, bro.
So it's only a fourth.
Wait, what's going on with this, bro?
Transparency.
What's going on with this thing?
I guess if you want to describe it like that.
That's so funny.
So that is how you change the properties within an object in the
What
game.
is going on with this
thing,
bro?
We can further make this more
Why is
readable
it so bad?
by adding a variable to the game's base plate. So what we can do is drop 2 lines at the beginning of the script so that we can add a reference to the base plate.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is say local base plate. And once again, you can name this base plate, or you can name this variable whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. Equals game.workspace.baseplate, just like this. And so now what we can do is replace these references to the base plate with just base plate like this. So I'm going to select each one of these references, and I'm just going to replace it with base plate. And this should basically do the exact same thing. If we load it to the game and then look at the base plate, then yeah, the changes have been reflected to our property changes that we made inside of the script. So I'm going to hit stop. And then finally, another data type we can change is, let's say, cast shadow, since this is a Boolean type. What we can do is say baseplate.castShadow equals false, because by default, it's set to true. Now, you can't really see the change that much inside of here with cast shadow, because it would be effective if we were to see it on the bottom, but we're not really going to be seeing the bottom.
Why is it not brick anymore?
There's no point in testing it, but this is another thing we can change here. So with that being said, that's basically going to be it for this episode with properties. What I want you to do for today's learning objective is to change more properties with the base plate.
I think I know what I did.
One of your parts that you created in previous episodes.
Right.
So rename the part inside of the.
I think I know what happened.
With that being said, that's basically going to be it for this episode with properties. What I want you to do for today's learning objective is to change more properties with the base plate, or you could use one of your parts that you created in previous episodes to rename the part inside of the Explorer, and then make reference to that part so that you can change the properties of that part within the game. And once you do that, I want you to take your code, go down to the comment section of this video, paste it so that other people can see what you've been doing with these challenges, if you're comfortable sharing it, of course. And that is basically going to be it for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in.
All right, so our learning objective is to just change more like more things. So, you know, we could do reflective reflectance. And what is that on scale from 0 to, so we could do 0.5, 0.5. And then color equals yeah, color from RBG, we could do, you know, whatever 69 is. Okay. So now it's reflective, which I don't even know what reflective is. And we change the color to be a little more gray, I guess. Let's see if we can turn it yellow though. Let's see, RGB, so red, green, blue. Green and blue is yellow, right? So 0. And then 255. 255, is that yellow? Oh no, it's not yellow. How do you make yellow? Oh, yellow is red and blue? Is red and blue yellow? Wait, RGB, red. Oh, red and green. Red and green is yellow? I guess so. Red, green, blue, RGB. Yeah, okay, so now it's brick. Okay. Sweet. I wonder why this thing acts this way, but whatever. We can just turn the transparency to 1. Or how about 0.01? What is that? Are you able to look through like easy? No, it's like super hard. Okay, anyways. Perfect.
Young little newbert. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is BrawlDev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about properties. So we welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is BrawlDev,
we continue
and in this episode
on.
We'll be discussing about functions. Now once again, this is going to be another very fundamental concept in scripting that
functions,
you will be using a lot inside of scripts. So with that being said, what we're going to do on the right side first is we're going to disable our properties script that we created in the last episode. So I'm going to select it and then click on disable. And what I'm going to do is hit the plus sign next to workspace, search up a script. So we're going to insert one of these and we're going to rename the script. So I'm going to right click it and rename. We're going to call this one functions, enter, just like this.
Okay.
And now we have our new script
Scratch.
for our
Smile 9 block thinks
so
I should use Scratch instead of
and before I introduce to you what a function is, let me present with you a scenario.
Pretty fair.
So let's say I wanted to take the game's base plate and repeatedly change one of its properties, like let's say the transparency, for example. What I'm going to do is go to our script, and we're first going to make reference to this base plate like we did in the last episode. Okay. So what I'm going to do is say local, and then we're going to put in a variable name, and this can be whatever you want, but I'm just gonna say my base plate equals game.workspace.baseplate like this, and I'm going to change the transparency property of the base plate. So I'm going to say my baseplate.transparency equals 1. Now, if I wanted to copy this and paste it 2 more times, then what I'm going to do is select this line, and we can actually copy it by right-clicking and then hitting copy. Now, as a shortcut, what we can do is type in control, like hold down control, and then C for cat, and then we drop a line down here, and then we just paste it by holding down control and typing V for violin, just like this, and it's going to paste it in just like that. So then we can replace this with 0.5, and we can drop one more line, hit Control V, and then we can paste this to be
What
zero.
happened there? Damn,
So
that was
these
like
are
a
the
wrong
3 lines of
bro.
code that we have over here. But what if I presented to you a scenario where we basically copied all 3 lines?
dying.
So we copy this
I'm
by
dying.
hitting Control C, and then dropping down 2 lines by hitting Control V. Now we have 6 lines of code where we change the transparency. And if I do this again, then we have 9. And if we keep on going like this, then we're going to have a lot of transparency changes to this base plate. So we're using 3 lines of code to change the transparency of this base plate for each block that we do here. But what if I told you there's a much better way to do this and a much more
an
efficient
event
way
loop
to
or
do
something?
this,
Oh, a
and
function.
that is by using what's called a function. Now, basically what a function is it's a piece of code that basically contains multiple lines of code that executes just by calling it in one line. It may not make sense to you unless I show it. So what I'm going to do is repeatedly press this undo button so that we can backtrack. Now we can also hold Control Z to do the exact same thing, Z as in zebra. And now we are back here with 3 lines of code. So what I'm going to do is after we make reference to our base plate, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines down here, and we have to be able to create our function. So the way we do that is by first specifying the keyword local. Now once again, I will explain this in a future episode, but bear with me as we type out this function. We're gonna hit space, and we're going to put in the keyword function in all lowercase so that we know that this is a function that we're creating. And then we can name this function whatever we want this to be. So we can call this, let's say, change transparency like this. And what we need to do is add in the open and close parentheses just like this. And now we're going to select the right side. So we're going to click on this, and then we're going to hit enter. Now, as you can see, Roblox has automatically added in this end keyword for us, and there's like this little indentation that's going on right over here. So if we type something, then it's going to be indented a little bit so that it'll show that whatever we type inside of here is going to be inside of this change transparency function. Now, what we can do from here on out is basically take these pieces of code, these 3 lines, and I'm actually going to cut this line of code. So what I'm going to do is hit Control X so that it's saved to our clipboard.
Control X.
I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to hit Control V to paste the code inside of this function. So now our 3 lines of code is inside of this change transparency function rather than it being out here. So now this should work pretty much. If we go into the game and hit play, then we should see the change, right? Well, no, that's actually incorrect. We don't see the change to the base plate, and that's because we only created the function, but now we actually need to call this function.
We have to call the
function.
function.
What we need to do is hit stop and go back to our functions script. What we need to do is actually call this change transparency function, and we simply just need to say change transparency open and close parentheses just like this. So basically what we have going on right here, we just simply paste it down here just like this. Now, in order for us to really see this change, what we need to do is change this further, because by default the base plate's transparency already is 0. So what we can do is basically copy this line, so Control C and then Control V down here, and I'm also going to copy this line, so I'm going to hit Control C and then I'm going to hit enter and then hit Control V. So now we have these 5 lines of code right here. Let's go into the game, hit play, and now what we should see in the base plate is that it is indeed transparent after going through all of these different lines of code. So now we can basically repeatedly call the same change transparency function by going down here and then hitting change transparency just like this, and it'll basically act the same way as if we were to copy these 5 lines of code, drop 2 lines, and then do it just like this. So this is the equivalent of this over here. And this is a much better way of writing our scripts, and it's definitely going to help us with code organization and optimization for the future when we work on more complicated scripts. So now what I'm going to do is make another function example. So what I'm going to do is basically select everything and then delete it. A shortcut we can use is hitting Control A as an apple, so that we can select everything that's inside of the script, and then we can hit backspace to delete it. So now what we're going to do is make another function. I'm just going to say local function. Let's say print ABC, open and close parentheses just like this, and I'm going to hit enter. So I'm just going to make 3 print statements by saying print open and close parentheses in quotations. I'm going to say A, and then I'm going to make another print statement. So I'm just going to hit enter to to autocomplete this, and I'm going to say B, and then finally print C just like this. And now we can basically print out each of these messages just by calling the print ABC function just like this.
I need some water.
We can basically do the same thing down here. Print ABC, open and close parentheses, just like this. And we can do it again one more time, just because why not? ABC, open and close parentheses. And now if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is ABC.
Okay.
Parentheses. And now if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is ABC being repeated 3 different times, because we called ABC one time, which is going to go through ABC, and then it's going to do the same thing again with ABC, and then finally do it one last time, which is A, B, and C.
Okay.
So I hope you're able to understand how these functions work and how this is going to be useful inside of future episodes. So that's pretty much going to be it for the introduction to functions. What I want you to do for today's learning objective is to create more functions that do different things. Like, let's say if we were to take one of these parts, and if we were to, let's say, change the material to something that's different every single time, or if we were to basically change one of these other properties to be something different, then you can go ahead and do that. And once you do that, then I want you to go down to the comment section and paste in your code.
Wait, what?
One of these parts. And if we were functions, what I want you to do for today's learning objective is to create more functions that do different things. Like, let's say if we were to take one of these parts, and if we were to, let's say, change the material to something that's different every single time, or if we were to basically change one of these other properties to be something different, then you can go ahead and do that. And once you do that, then I want you to go down to the comment section and paste in your code so that
okay, so we have to create like a function that the name of the function is going to be mat change. Okay, so we'll go to base plate. So game dot workspace dot part. Let's just find a part here. Blue part. So we'll find the blue part. Oh wait. Game. Okay, blue part, and then inside of this we can change the color. Okay. Color is equal to I guess white, or would that be black? I think that'd be black. So 255. Matte change to yellow. Color change to yellow. So then if we call this function, then we just have to do color change to yellow. Perfect. So we hop into this game. Okay, that's not yellow. It's certainly a different color though. Why would it? I mean, that's what the new color is, right? If I just did all of it, change to white. Oops. There's no way that stays black. No shot. What the hell? What does this look like if you... Yeah, it should be like that. What the hell? That's weird as hell. Script functions. Color new. That's white. Invalid arguments? Why is it saying invalid arguments? That's weird. Why don't we just do brick color, white, What's a valid like brick color? Yeah, just white. Brick color, and then do I have to do this? Is that fine? Unknown global. Can I not reference a brick color? Oh, brick color, comma. Okay, so brick color. Okay, so brick color, comma, white. Right? Is that what? Maybe I have to do. Oh, okay. Brick color, white. This still doesn't work? Do I have to do new brick color? This still doesn't work. It's assigning 2 variables, leaves some variables unused. That's weird. I mean, I understand. I mean, this would make sense. Unknown global. That's just weird, bro. Yeah, so it's just not going to work. Unable to assign. Brick color expected got nil. Unable to assign. Is it because it doesn't recognize? Like, what if I did like really red? Would I understand that? No. That's weird. Do I have to do like a double equal sign? No. What do we do in properties? Material, brick, color from RPG. Why don't we try doing that? Color equal color from RPG. Color dot bruh. Color 3 from RPG. Color. What's up, Cube? How you doing, Cube? Color 3 from RPG. And then we could do 255, 255, 255. Okay, that'll work, right? I think that'll work. Pippin, why are you crying? My cat's crying over there. Okay, so that works. Huh. All right, we made it white, boys. Okay, you're a little bit late. No worries, Cube. No worries at all. Okay, we went ahead and successfully did that one. So now we're on to the next one. So functions is done.
Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be talking about 4 things that all link to each other to make this one video. Those being math, parameters, arguments, and return statements, but we're going to go through each of them one by one inside of this episode, and it's going to be one of the more important episodes, so I really want you to pay attention to this episode. So first thing we're going to start with is learning about math. Now, I'm going to assume that you know like the basics of math
2 plus
with
2
operations
equals 5,
like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, all those sorts of things. If you don't know how to do those things, well then I don't think you're ready for this video. I'm sorry to tell you that. But I'm going to assume that you do know those things. So if that is the case, then we can go ahead and continue with this tutorial guide.
Okay, let's do it.
What we're actually going to do is go to the right side and disable our function script. And we're going to go through the same thing, which is hitting the plus sign in the workspace, searching up for a script. We're going to insert that. And then we're going to rename this script. So right click on it and then rename to math. Enter, just like
math.
That.
Let's do it. Let's do some math, boys.
Statement right over here, so I'm going to hit Control A and then delete, just like this.
Okay.
So when we're working with math, so in this case, it's going to be basic operations like addition, subtraction, all those other things. We basically take 2 numbers and then we do the operation that we specify in between those 2 numbers. And we can do this by having a variable if we want that to be the case.
Right.
So what we can do is write a variable. So we're gonna say local.
Write a variable.
And we can make this an addition variable. So we can call this just simply addition, but you can name this whatever you want
local
to be. We're gonna set this equal to 2 numbers with whatever operation we decide to use for this statement. So what we can do is put 2 numbers here. So we can say, let's say 2, and then we're going to say plus. So this is gonna be a plus sign indicating addition plus 2. Just like this. And if we were to print the statement, so if we were to say print, open and close parentheses, and then we throw in addition over here just like this, and we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is the number 4. So if we click on it, we can see that if we put 2 and then we put a plus sign with another 2, then that's going to be an addition of 2 plus 2, which is equal to 4, and that's going to be set equal to addition, and it's going to print that inside of the output with this addition variable. So I'm gonna hit stop, and that is the basics of using math inside of your script. But there are other operations we can use. So if we were to, let's say, use subtraction, then we would replace this plus sign with a minus symbol just like this, which is 2 minus 2. Or we can replace this with the asterisk. So if we hold Shift 8, then this is what the multiplication symbol looks like for 2 times 2, which is 4. Or we can replace this with a division. The division symbol, which is going to be a /. So 2 divided by 2 is equal to 1, and so that's what it would print out inside of the output here. So that's the basics of using math, but this is going to be very helpful for the next 2 things we're going to be talking about, which is going to be parameters and functions. So what I'm going to do is go back to our game, and I'm actually going to disable our new math script that we just created. And I'm going to re-enable our function script over here. So this is the script we created in the last episode. Now, if you remembered how a function is created, we basically have a local keyword with the function declaration right here, and then the name of the function over here, and then we have open and close parentheses. So what's interesting about these open and close parentheses is that we can add parameters inside of these open and close parentheses so that we can use whatever's contained inside of these parameters in this function to get different results depending on what we use to call this function with. Now, that may sound confusing to you at first, but once we use this in practice, it'll make more sense. So what I'm going to do is delete everything that we've had in the script so far.
Okay, so we're going to disable math
just like this, and we're going to create a new function that's going to add 2 numbers together. So what I'm going to do is say local function, and then we're just going to call this just anything really. We're going to call this addition, open and close parentheses. I'm going to select the right side and then hit enter just like this. And I'm going to go down here and then call the addition function just like this. Addition, open and close parentheses. And now we have our function declaration and also our function call right down here. So this looks pretty similar to what we worked with in the last function that we created, but this time we're going to add parameters. Now, basically what a parameter is, it's basically a value that we can pass into this function so that we can use this value to make calculations within this function that we're calling. And so the way we separate these values is the way we create these values is by giving a name for each of these parameters. So if we wanted to add 2 numbers together, what we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number 1, just like this. But we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1, and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number 1 like this. And each value that we add into this is going to be separated by a comma. So I'm going to add a comma, space, and then we're going to add the second number to here. So we're going to say number 2, just like this. And so these are our parameters that we can put inside of here so that we can make our addition calculation. So now what we're going to do here is with these 2 numbers that we have thrown into this addition function, we can create a result of the addition of these 2 functions. So we're going to say local result, or we can call this whatever we want, equals number 1 plus number 2. you can kind of think of these two numbers as variables for numbers that we pass into here.
Equals.
And so we basically add these two numbers together to get our results. And so we can now print our result variable that we just created, which is the result of these two numbers being added together. So now that we've added parameters, what we need to do is add arguments to this function so that it's basically represented as these two numbers right here. Now, what I'm talking about here is if we go down to the open close parentheses inside of our function call, we can see that Roblox is telling us that we need to add a number for number 1 and we need to add a number for number 2.
Okay.
So in this case, we can add two numbers, let's say 5. And we can replace this with a comma, and then Roblox is going to tell us that we need a number 2 as well. So we can put in, let's say 2. So basically, this is an argument and this is a parameter. The difference between arguments and parameters is that parameters is what we use to basically create our variables inside of our function declaration, and this is how we make our calculations. The arguments is going to be what values we throw into this function for the calculations that we're going to create inside of here. So as a result of this, what we're going to do now is go into the game and hit play, and what we should see in the output is the number 7, because what we did was we took number 1 and number 2, we passed them in as the first argument for number 1, which is 5, and then the second argument for for number 2, which is 2. We add them together and then we print out the result. I hope this part is making sense to you so far. It's a very important concept you need to know about, and this isn't restricted to just numbers. You can literally put in any values you want inside of here. So this could be, let's say, a string, which is gonna be whatever it is, or it could be a Boolean as well. It doesn't really matter what it is, as long as the calculations are accurate, because obviously you can't calculate a string plus a number, and you also can't calculate a Boolean plus a number as well. So you have to make sure that whatever you pass inside of here is accurate to your calculations that you try and make. And I hope this part has made sense to you up until this point.
Honestly,
we can even do this multiple times by dropping a line and then calling the addition function again. So we can put in, let's say, 3 as the first number and then 2 as the second number. And we can even add another addition function right here, which is, let's say, 9 for the first number and then 4 for the second number. If we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is different results depending on the numbers that we gave this function. So now this function gives different results based on the arguments that we give it versus giving us the same results every single time we call this function, which is why parameters and arguments are very powerful when it comes to adding these inside of your functions when you make them inside of your scripts. Now, there's one final thing we're going to do before we end off this video, and that's going to be introducing return statements. Now, basically what a return statement is it's a value when it gets calculated, it's going to return that value so that it's going to go back into where we called this function. Now, I don't know if that completely made sense to you, but if I showed you through scripting, then I think you'll be able to understand it better. So what I'm going to do is delete these function calls to make this more simple, and instead of printing this result value, what I'm actually going to do is return this result once we calculate what number 1 plus number 2 is. So I'm going to delete this print statement, and what I'm going to do instead is say return in all lowercase, and then we're going to return this result. So we're going to say result just like this, and so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the result of the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of this function. So what we're going to do is say local. We can call this print result just to make this result, just to differentiate this between this result. And we're going to set this equal to the function itself. So we're going to say addition, open close parentheses, and we can put in whatever two numbers we want inside of here. So we're going to say 8, and then for the second number, we're going to say 2, just like this, as we separate these by commas. And this is basically how we get the result. It's by calling this function, and then once we add these two numbers, we return the result. So it's going to go back into here, and that's what print result is going to be set equal to. So now if we go down here and then write our print statement with print results, just like this, If we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is 10, because we did exactly what the script is supposed to do with return statements. So we create a variable on the outside, we set this equal to addition with our 2 numbers right here. These 2 numbers are then added, and then we use this return statement to return the result back to the print result variable. And so now we are printing that result, and that is how we use return statements inside of Roblox Studio. I hope this part has made sense to you so far. And if it has, this has been one of the more difficult things to learn about. So I can commemorate you if you've been able to follow along up until this point. So now what I'm going to do is hit stop, and that is basically going to be it for this episode. Now, I want you to keep in mind that up until this point, we haven't really been saving our work. It is very important to save our work after we do anything important so that we don't lose any progress. So I'm going to go hit file, and then we're going to hit save to file. Okay. Now, you can also hit Control S, S for snake, so that we can save our game whenever we make changes to the game. So that's one more thing I wanted to add before we ended off this video. For today's learning objective, what I want you to do is make more functions. So I want you to make a function for subtraction. You can even do multiplication and division as well, or you could even add more numbers to add as well. So you can have another parameter right here, so number 3, and you can do more calculations like dividing number 3 or something. There's a lot of possibilities you can have with this. You can add more parameters. You can make more functions that returns results or doesn't return results. You have a lot of capabilities and leeway for this learning objective. So I hope you make something really great out of this learning objective. And once again, go down to the comments once you're finished and paste in whatever code you made so that other people can see what you've been doing that you're comfortable sharing. So with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. I will see you in the next episode.
Why is it keeping...
Take care. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series. My name is...
Okay, local result. I mean, it sees what I'm trying to do. Number 1 times number 2. And then return result. And then down here, I'm gonna print five. Result. Okay, but I'm gonna make the local print result. I don't think this is gonna work actually. Is that gonna work? Yeah, it does work. Okay. Okay. I don't know why this right here is being so difficult, but it doesn't seem like it affects it at all. Okay, well, I guess we got it.
My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be discussing about if statements. But we're also going to be talking about else if statements and also else statements, since they all tie to the same concept. So the first thing we're going to do is go on the right side, and we're going to disable any previous script we've made in the past couple episodes. So the one that's currently active is my function script, so I'm just going to disable this. And I'm going to insert a new script inside of the workspace by hitting the plus sign, searching up a script, and inserting a script inside of the workspace. I'm going to select this, right-click, and I'm going to rename it to if statements, just like this, hit enter. And I'm also going to X out these tabs for these previous scripts just to make things more organized. I'm also going to zoom in by holding control and moving inward just like this so we can see the text better. And now we have our proper setup for what we're going to be talking about for this episode. Okay, now if statements. It's a fundamental concept that we need to know when it comes to adding logic to our scripts if we want to have a structure of executing specific codes if conditions are met. So what I'm talking about here with conditions is we're going to start with a if keyword in all lowercase, so it's going to look like this.
Okay.
And when we're making a conditional statement, it's tied to a Boolean value to determine if a condition either returns true or either returns false. So an example I can give you is if we were to see if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, which obviously it is true, but if we were to type this out, so if we were to say 2 plus 2 equals 4, just like this, then we would have a true Boolean be returned with this conditional. Now you might see some errors here, and you might be wondering what this is all about. We can't use a single equal sign if we're trying to compare two numbers together. So 2 plus 2, that's 4,
equal to?
Equals 4. Because this single equal sign is supposed to be an assignment operator. So we're trying to essentially set whatever's on the left side to whatever's on the right side. But if we're just doing a comparison, then what we need to do is add another equal sign just like this to make it a comparison operator and not an assignment operator. And so once we do this, then what we're going to do on the right side is say then, just like this. So if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then what we're going to do is hit enter, and then Roblox is going to add an end keyword at the end here. So basically, if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then we can run whatever's inside of this branch. So we're going to write a print statement saying that 2 plus 2 does equal to 4, just like this. So now if we go into the game and hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is that 2 plus 2 does indeed equal to 4. Now, let me tell you what happens if this does not equal to 4. So if I hit stop and I go back into our script, and then if I were to say if 2 plus 3 is equal to 4, which in this case, it's not true because 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. If we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is nothing being printed because 2 plus 3 does not equal to 4. That's why it basically skipped this line. So it's not going to print out this statement right here. So I'm going to hit stop again. And now that's basically how we have our first branch with if statements, but there's more we can add on top of this. And the next branch I can show you is an else statement. So basically what we're going to do is inside of our block of code we have over here, we're going to drop 2 lines like this. It can be 1 or 2 lines, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to hit backspace so that we have proper indentation right here to line up with the if keyword. So we're going to say else just like this, and then we're going to hit enter. So then what we're going to do is add another print statement like this saying the if statement failed, just like this. So what's going to happen here is it's going to check if 2 plus 3 is equal to 4. And if it's not true, then it's going to go down to this else statement and it's going to print out whatever is inside of this block of code right here. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see is that the if statement failed because we tried checking if 2 plus 3 is equal to 4, which we know is not true. So that is something you can do with the else statement. And once again, some things to keep in mind is you need to have your else keyword line up with the if statement. It can't be over here. And it most certainly cannot be, I don't know, over here or something. It has to line up with the if statement. And you need to have each branch be indented like this for each part of the if statement. So I'm going to hit stop, and that is basically how we add an else statement to it. But now I'm going to show you what an else if statement is. So an else if statement is basically another if statement that gets checked if the first if statement fails. So basically what it's going to look like is we're going to drop 2 lines again here, and I'm going to hit backspace so that we line up with the if and the else accurately. So we're going to say else if, just like this. So this is else one word, else if. We're going to say if 2 plus 2 equals to 4. And then we're going to hit enter. And now what we can do here is say print, open and close parentheses, 2 plus 2 does actually equal to 4 here. Just to like differentiate it a little bit. So we first start with our if statement. So 2 plus 3 does not equal to 4. So it's going to skip this. And it's going to go down here to check if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This is true, so it's going to print this statement. and it's going to skip the else because we know that this is true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then we should see in the output that 2 plus 2 does actually equal to 4 here. So that is our if statement structure that we have going on here that I think you'll find to be extremely useful.
Here?
Now, we can add more else if statements if we want to here. So if we drop a line and then go down here, we can write another else if here by saying if 1 plus 1 equals to 2, then we can print 1 plus 1 does equal to 2, just like this. And we're also going to change this to something different so that we can make sure that this one passes through correctly.
Else if 1
so if we hit play, then what we should see is 1 plus 1 does equal to 2. So if we hit stop and go back to our script, we can see how this logic applies, because we start here, it doesn't work. We then go over here, it doesn't work. And then we go over here, it does work. So then it prints the message and it basically skips the else if nothing works. The only time it would go into the else is if all of these statements did not work. So you can kind of understand the structure.
Oh, we got to bring this in, that's why. Okay. Wait, what? Shouldn't it do the bottom one? 1 plus 1? I'm dying for the Republic. Else if 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, then it's 2, my dude. I wonder why it's not working right here. I wonder why it's not working right here. That's odd. For some reason, it's not doing the last if.
Going on here, and down here, we can write another else if here by saying if 1 plus 1 equals to 2, then we can print 1 plus 1 does equal to 2, just like this. And we're also going to change this to something different so that we can make sure that this one passes through correctly. So if we hit play, then what we should see is 1 plus 1 does equal to 2.
So we just need to make it incorrect
and go back to our script. We can see how this logic
That's
applies.
why.
Because we
just
start
needed
here,
to make it
doesn't
incorrectly
work.
up there.
We then go over here, it doesn't work.
It doesn't
and then
work.
We go over here, it
we go
does
over here,
work. So
it
then
does
it
work.
prints the message,
Okay.
and it basically skips the else if nothing works. The
It
only time it would
skips
go
the
into the else is if all of these statements did not work.
Okay.
So you can kind of understand the structure going on here, and it's definitely very important to understand
That makes
if
sense.
a certain criteria or condition is met, then we're going to execute a specific part of the code and not execute the other parts of the code if we don't need to have that.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be useful for our functions that we've created in previous episodes. So that's actually what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to select everything here. So I'm going to hit Control A. And I'm going to hit backspace. So now what we're going to do is create our addition function just like we did in previous episodes by saying local function addition, open and close parentheses, and then we're going to pass in two arguments. So the first argument is going to be number 1, and then we're going to separate this with a comma, and then we're going to have number 2 as our second parameter. So then we're going to hit enter, and then what we're going to do is have our if statement structure inside of this addition function so that we can print stuff depending on what the result is from this. So what we're going to do is write a result variable by saying local result equals number 1 plus number 2, just like this. And then we're going to drop 2 lines down here, and then we're going to make an if statement. So we're going to say if result equals 4. So once again, make sure you're using 2 equal signs, not 1 equal sign, because we're comparing values together rather than assigning variables. So we're going to say then we're going to make a print statement by saying the result is equal to 4, and then we're going to make an else if statement by saying else if result equals to, let's say, 6. Then we're going to make a print statement by saying the result is equal to 6, just like this. And if both of these fail, then we're just going to write an else statement. Once again, make sure that the alignment is correct over here.
6,
so we're going to say else, and then we're going to say print none of these results add
6
up.
bix.
Just like that. And so now we're going to call this addition function down here by saying addition, open and close parentheses. So the first number we're going to add is 2, 2. So it's going to fall under this branch. And then we're going to make another addition function call right here. And then we're going to put 3 and 3 just like this. And then we're going to make another addition function call by saying 4 and 2. So both of these are going to fall under this one. And then we're going to make an addition function call for, I don't know, some big number like 10 and 10. So now what will happen is if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is the result is equal to 4. So it checked 2 and 2, which in this case it is true. Then it's going to check for 3 and 3, which does equate to 6. And then finally 4 and 2, which also equates to 6. So it printed this twice. And then obviously for 10 and 10, that equals to 20, which didn't fall into any of these conditions. So it went into the else statement saying that none of these results added up. So this is how we can add our if statements to our functions. And you can probably think of other ways you can add this inside of your scripts now that we know that we can use conditions to execute code when it meets certain requirements. So I'm just gonna hit stop, and that is essentially the end of understanding if statements. One final thing I want to mention here is understanding what happens if we have 2 if statements. So I'm actually going to delete this else and else if statement over here. So I'm just going to select these 2 and then hit backspace and then backspace again. So now let's see what happens if we have another if statement. So if we say if result equals to 4, then we're going to make a print statement by saying basically the same thing over here. So I'm just going to copy what was in here. So I'm going to hit Control C, and then I'm going to select this and then hit Control V just like this. And I'm also going to get rid of these 3 addition function calls right here just to have this one. So now if we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is the result is equal to 4 being printed out twice. Because if we go inside of our script, then it's first going to check if the result is equal to 4, then it does print this. But then it's going to go down here to check again if the result is equal to 4, then the result is equal to 4. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be this condition specifically. Like, it doesn't have to be the same condition, but it has to be like 2 different if statements that meet the requirement of whatever this condition is to then execute both of these code blocks. So that is something important to know about when you're using if statements, is that if you have multiple if statements, then it's going to check for each of these if statement blocks. But if you have an if, else if, and else structure, then it's only going to fall under one of those code blocks.
Close City,
and I
what's
hope
up,
that makes
bro?
sense to you. So that's basically
Love
going to be
following
it
the
for this
process,
episode.
dude.
For
Thank
today's
you, bro.
learning objective,
Thank you,
you
bro.
basically have a lot of power with what you want
This
to do
Niamos,
with these if statements.
I love this Niamos track, dude. This Niamos track is sick. You literally... It's like such a freaking banger, bro. All right, what's the learning objective here?
If you have an if, else if, and else structure, then it's only going to fall under one of those code blocks. And I hope that makes sense to you. So that's basically going to be it for this episode. For today's learning objective, you basically have a lot of power with what you want to do with these if statements and also functions and all these other sorts of things. So I want you to definitely experiment with this before you move on to the next episode and see what you can come up with. And once you do that, then I want you to go down to the comment section and...
Okay, so we're going to do like multiplying here. Okay, so local function multiply. Number 1, number 2, and then we're going to have a local result from multiplying number 1 and number 2, and we're gonna make it if result is equal to 10, then print the result is 10 buckaroos, else result Wait, else results. Wait, else. Do I just do an else print? I already forgot. Okay, else like otherwise, it's not 10. I promise you, it's not 10. Okay, sweet. And then we'll do multiply, and we'll multiply 2 and 5, and then we'll multiply 5 and 5, and then we'll multiply 10 and 1, and then we'll multiply 420 and 3, and then we should see 10 buckaroos. It's not 10. 10 buckaroos. It's not 10. Boom. We did it right there. Can you talk about the Roblox project? Is it stuck, or are you taking a break from it to learn coding? What is the current status of things? The current status is we were vibe coding too hard, basically. And when you vibe code too hard, you're at the mercy of the AI, which you don't want to be at. You don't want to be at the mercy of the AI. So basically, we had everything so perfect, and then I had AI change something, which changed a variable somewhere in the project, and I still have the project, and I have like backup saves and stuff, but the project cannot continue. The project cannot continue with me knowing literally zero. If I just knew a snippet of how Lua works, why not just revert and start again? I'm just going to start from scratch. I'm basically going to start from scratch, but have at least a little bit of knowledge about coding. Because, you know, you could follow, like, you could, you know, there's an analogy out there that would work perfectly. But basically, I need to know at least a little bit, just a little bit, of information to use the AI effectively. You know, you can use the AI way more effectively. Imagine giving like a little child a drill, or how about giving a little child like a crane to like do some sort of objective, like dropping stuff. Like, you want to at least know a little bit about building in order to use the crane effectively, right? If you're trying to build a tower and one person can just use it by building with like hammer and like stacking up blocks and stuff, and then the other person has like a crane, you gotta still know a little bit about architecture, just a little bit about it to build the tower, right? So that's why we're starting from the beginning. We're just straight up learning how to code, so that we have some sort of background information, so that when we ask, you know, the assistant or Grok or anything like that, we actually know what is going on, you know? Like, I wonder if I could open up one of these. I don't even know how to open up these things. But if I open up one of these codes, I want to be able to know what is humanoid referencing. Because of today, I know the humanoid's referencing an object that's in the workspace that's referring to a player, not a player, but like a person. It's like a type of object with a skeleton and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know what on goal touch is. I mean, I can guess what it is, but like, because of today, I know what a function is. I realized that local is calling the client, like the device that the player's playing on, rather than the server. So I am learning some stuff. I'm definitely learning. If-then statements make a lot more sense now, especially after this objective right here, after this whole thing. But yeah, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. It's pretty, I mean, it's basically putting myself in school, you know, but you gotta go through these things. You gotta learn something, you know. And I tried multiple different, you know, we tried just starting from scratch, making a super basic game. That didn't work. We tried playing a game where we learned how to code. That didn't work. So, yeah.
And paste your code.
I mean, that did work. I definitely made progress by playing that game.
That you feel comfortable sharing to everybody.
All right, so now on to scoping.
Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series. My name is Brawldev, and in this episode, we'll be discussing about scoping. Now, this is once again another important concept we need to know about, and before I'm able to explain it to you, what we're going to do is first go inside of one of our scripts that we've already created in past episodes. Instead of creating a new script, we're actually just going to go back to our if statements scripts that we created in the last episode. So I'm just going to double click on this, and what we're going to do is actually delete everything we've had so far with the script. So I'm just going to select everything and then hit back.
Did you learn anything during the vibe coding session? It seemed like so much progress was made. I'm trying. Okay, let me try to think of one thing I learned during the vibe coding. Because I vibe coded. I basically vibe coded for like around 50 hours on Unreal Engine. And then I vibe coded for like 20 hours on Roblox, Lua, Roblox Studio. I'm trying to think of one thing I learned. No, I didn't learn a single thing. What happened was I familiarized myself with the programs. So I learned how to navigate, you know. I learned how to like walk around, you know. I familiarized myself with where certain things are, stuff like that. But all of that could have been done quicker if I just watched a like intro video tutorial on YouTube. So I did not learn. I'm trying really hard to think if I learned anything. No, I didn't learn a single thing from the vibe coding sessions. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I definitely didn't retain anything. Yeah, I'm trying to think. No, it just all did it for me. It just did it all for me, you know? It's like if you never get in the kitchen and start cooking, you're never going to know how to cook, you know? So if you just have a chef that you're like telling what you want to eat and stuff, you know, or if you're always microwaving your meals, you're never going to learn how to cook, you know? Did you learn how to use the AI to do things though? Oh yeah, 100%. I don't know. What's an example? Let's make the sky dark so that it's harder to see. Like, are you AI blackpilled after this? No. I'm not AI blackpilled. AI is still an incredible tool. It's just when it creates all this script. So when it gives me this, for example, local lighting is game get service lighting. Set the time to midnight and make the scar. So lighting dot clock time is 0. Lighting brightness 0.2 on a scale from 0 to 1. So it's not that I'm not using AI in the future. It's just I need to be able to know what are the variables being chosen. And it does a good job of like, there's all these different, gosh, where did that even go? I don't even know where that went. Attaching it to server. Okay, if I just look up script. Server. Darkened Sky. Okay, so it's called Darkened Sky. I just need to be able to know what is going on. You know, hear me out. What if you made a more basic game using the AI instead of watching tutorials on how to make very basic things? I will try that. I will try that eventually. But we need to learn the basics. We need to know what is going on here. Why is it lighting dot brightness? Well, it's because first we're looking at the lighting, and then period means you're going into the sub, like the child, you know, the next thing. And then brightness is a property down here inside of lighting. So why is it? Oh, and local lighting. So it's creating a function right here. Local lighting. Well, I don't know if you call it a function. It's more of a variable. So because of today, I know that there is a new variable inside this script called lighting. And we can name this whatever we want. We can call this closed on Sunday. And now it's all going to be red right here because we have to have closed on Sunday as is the new variable name. So now, so just the fact that I know, that this right here is whatever I want the name to be, is something I had to learn from today, you know. Also, what the different colors mean, the get service and stuff like that. And then I can also print whatever I want. So darkness reigns on this land. And then if I click play, we're gonna have darkness, and it says darkness reigns on this land, and now it's super dark, you know. So, and then also I learned today from the tutorial that I can click here to go to the exact place where this is. But yeah, respect. I can tell you thought this through. I envy your devotion to the mission. DragX is being born. It's being born, and it's just one step at a time, you know. And I want to make sure I'm building a solid foundation that I can build on top of with my knowledge of game dev. But I think that's all the time we have for today. I'll pick back up. I might do the rest of this tutorial off stream. And then next time we hop on, we'll be creating our first small little game. Close on Sunday. If you're still here, what little game should I create? Do you have an idea? Maybe it's like that peg game I was telling you about where you drop a ball in a wall and it kind of drops down and bounces down. Flappy Bird. Boom. We'll create Flappy Bird. Maybe a 3D Flappy Bird. I love that. Close on Sunday. Next time I'm on, I will be doing a Flappy Bird. I think that's honestly a great idea. All right. But that's it. Peace out. Don't forget to join the Discord link at the top of the description.